Hello, my friends, and welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. My name is Robert Gouveia. I am a criminal defense attorney broadcasting from the Valley of the Sun, deep in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. And today we have a historic catastrophe on our hands. Donald Trump, former president of these United States, is indicted, about to be arraigned. First time ever in history. And to make sure we're all up to speed on exactly what's happening, let's go over to Donald Trump himself. He posted this on True Social just a few minutes ago, said heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse. Seems so unreal. Wow, they are going to arrest me. I can't believe this is happening in America. And so pretty amazing that is. Wait a minute. Are we backwards? Are we backwards? What on earth? The former president said the following: heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse. Seems so unreal. Wow. Are they going to arrest me? Can't believe this is happening in America. Make America great again. Which is a wild thing to think about happening right now. A former president and a current presidential candidate leading in all the polls is going to be arrested and arraigned. He's going to be sitting there in front of a judge talking about release conditions and entering a plea of not guilty. Pretty amazing. So we're going to go through that today. Now, I have a couple things queued up for us. Of course, we're going to be flying by the seat of our pants today. We're not exactly sure what is going to be happening. They're not sure what's going to be happening. So we're going to poke around. We've got the New York Times up. Of course, they're in New York, according to the title of their newspaper. We're going to see what Bloomberg has in store for us. They usually have a bunch of people down there. We'll also turn our attention over to what is happening on the Twitterverse, and we'll continue to refresh here and see what else they have for us. For example, Simone Ateba is posting about this in Wisconsin. On C-SPAN, we've got an actual feed courtesy of New York One. They are there on the ground, so we'll check in with them. And then we'll, of course, see what Donald Trump is posting about on True Social. Now, before we get into any of that, I want to invite you, my friends, if you'd like to follow along at home, this is a new mind map that I am introducing and rolling out, and you can access it because we're going to be covering Trump for a long time here. We're going to need to stay organized. And so if you want to access this, this is the current trial mind map that we're going to be working off of. You can see the case is going to be appearing in front of Judge Juan Mercan's court. If you'd like to see how all this works, go on over to spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, and you should be able to literally pull open this mind map and play around with it if you'd like. It's a little bare bones because we're going to continue to fill it out. But remember, in this trial, we've already talked about Donald Trump, of course, being prosecuted here. His defense team is made up of Joe Tacopina. We've talked about him, Susan Nicholas, and yesterday, Todd Blanche was the new addition to the team. A lot of people were excited about that addition, saying he adds some real credibility to the entire operation. So they're going to be in court today. Think it's just those three. We're not sure who else is over there. We do know that Alvin Bragg will very likely be there, and he's going to be joined by a couple of his prosecutors. We know that the people in charge, I believe, are mostly these two leading this case. We're going to learn more about this, obviously, as this unfolds. But Susan Hoffinger and Peter Pope, both executives out of the Manhattan DA's office. Susan Hoffinger is the head of investigations. Peter Pope is an executive assistant DA. He's also a guy who is very animated about gun violence and gun violence prevention. So he was sort of the czar there. Now, we're also looking at a couple other names. Couldn't find photographs of these people. Catherine McCaw, Rebecca Mangold, and Catherine Ellis. Mangold and Ellis are both from Economic Crimes, and Anna Sorkin was a person who was prosecuted previously, and my understanding is Catherine McCaw was also on that case. And so, hey, I see a couple people jumped in here. They're poking around. Good to see a couple of you. guests chiming in here. And so you can check this out at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump. And I will also drop that in the chats if you want to poke around. Now, again, this is something that we're going to continue to build on. We've got all sorts of video clips and stuff that we have to assemble on here. But we're dropping the chat, dropping the links in the chat. So you're free to browse around. Now, this is who we think are the witnesses who are going to be making up the crux of the case. We've got Michael Cohen. We've learned a lot about him. Stormy Daniels, of course, there's a relationship there. Robert Costello was the legal advisor to Michael Cohen. We also saw David Pecker testified. Karen McDougal may be involved in this. Alan Weisselberg also on deck. And so that is the makeup of the trial. Let's get our bearings straight and see what is actually going on. So we'll do a refresh over from the New York Times. And here's what they posted, updated just now, live. And this comports with what Trump said. He said, heading to Lower Manhattan. Wow, they're going to arrest me. I can't believe this is happening right now. Make America great again. New York Times tells us Trump surrenders ahead of the arraignment. The former president turned himself in at the district attorney's office in Lower Manhattan. Charges against him are going to be revealed later this afternoon. He has said that he would not plead guilty in the case, which concerns his role of providing hush money. So we're still just waiting around. Turns out his 11-vehicle motorcade arrived just before 1:30 at the DA's office, part of the towering Manhattan Criminal Courts building. While in custody, he's going to be fingerprinted. But listen to this. Special accommodations are going to be made for the former president. So get used to this talking point. Special accommodations, special treatment. They're going to say he got a slap on the wrist here, or they could have really hurt him, and they didn't do it because he's a former president. Trump always gets away with everything. And you say, are you nuts, people? You're indicting him and arresting him for made-up charges. Don't act like treating him with some dignity because he is a former president is special accommodations or special treatment. Maybe you shouldn't have indicted him in the first place. It's like we beat the crap out of you, stabbed you in the back 35 times, but we gave you a Band-Aid. So don't be mad at us. He will spend only a short amount of time in the office before going into court, likely will not be handcuffed or have a mugshot taken. And we had questions about that because yesterday on the mind map, we were playing around with some of these questions. In a typical arraignment, in a typical appearance like this, somebody is booked. They get a booking number. They do get put in handcuffs. There are mugshots. And sometimes there is a perp walk. But are they going to do that in this case, in particular, due to the fact that he is a former president and the Secret Service is going to have security concerns? They're not going to want to see all of that happen at all. But we'll ask and see what the government requests in terms of bail. Are they going to be asking for him to post bond? Do they want release conditions set? Are they going to ask for travel restrictions? This is what would happen for any other person who was charged with a crime. The judge might be able to do those things. Would they do that in this case? We'll see. Questions about being gagged. Now, this is going to cause a major ruckus, I think, if this does happen. And we're going to ask ourselves whether that does happen or not in a minute. But we have more questions about what the charges look like, whether they're going to be unsealed, and so on. Apparently, Trump's lawyers are saying they're going to be fighting all the way. Said that he's going to plead not guilty loudly and proudly. They say Trump, who's making a comeback bid, is now being indicted. City's police department and the Secret Service and other authorities are on high alert. Joe Tacopina told CNN that they're going to plead not guilty loudly and proudly. Trump denies any involvement. He's also got civil lawsuits that are taking place, and that these are attempts to try to take him down. And we do have other prosecutions taking place. I think this is just the first of several that are going to be coming. We've got Fannie Willis, the fanniest of all the Fannies out there in Georgia. She's leading a grand jury to indict Trump for election-related items. Jack Smith is doing the same thing. He's got a number of different investigations percolating as well. So this is taking place in front of Justice Juan Merchan, presiding over the state's case. He's already presided over other cases, including the case involving Allen Weisselberg. And Weisselberg, we know as this individual who was already sent to jail for tax stuff. I mean, it was really ridiculous, this guy here. So we have questions about whether Pecker and McDougal are witnesses, whether any of this is leading to Trump's. What is the evidence, I guess, is what we're asking. And we're going to see what it looks like very soon. Let's see what C-SPAN has for us. They are outside on the ground.
From the blackened windows from all those vehicles, but the general impression, this is mainly his lawyers and his legal team that is accompanying him here. There's, of course, obviously a few decoy vehicles as well, which is traditional in any motorcade.
Right. And Kevin, there were outside the courthouse earlier today, a number of his Republican supporters, including some members of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene in particular, who got name-checked by the mayor, made the trip here. Do we know if there were others who were trying to take advantage of the hundreds of cameras that are there?
Well, the biggest name that I found and ran into was Congressman George Santos, who, of course, has made headlines for his own legal woes over the last few months, including the various fabrications about his identity, potential dealings and issues when it comes to his own campaign finances. He made an appearance down here. When I shouted, "Why'd you come here, Congressman?" he basically ignored my question, but he has told other people that he's here to support the president. When I spoke to him just the other day about this, he told me that he believes this is political, which is fitting in line with a lot of what Republicans are saying. And he also argued that, look, this is a bad day because it sets a bad precedent, that there could be further prosecutions from other DAs going down the road. We, of course, will see some pushback on that notion, saying no one is above the law. That's, of course, the Democratic line. But George Santos was here. I actually chased around with him. He had a throng of media that basically ran around the streets with him, one block down the next block, and so on and so forth. It was part of his team. He, of course, loves the spotlight. This was reminiscent for me of the original chases we did with him on Capitol Hill when he first arrived, and he was very much persona of great focus on Capitol Hill. We've also seen across the aisle Congressman Jamal Bowman, one of the more progressive members of the Democratic caucus on Capitol Hill. He basically argued when he spoke to the press afterwards that they don't have time for hateful rhetoric, pointing his finger specifically at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, of course, often peddles in conspiracy and QAnon-adjacent conspiracy theories, Daryl.
All right, so we'll continue to check back in with those fellas over there, but there's some other good stuff taking place on Twitter. In fact, this was one that came from Benny Johnson, and he said that over on MSNBC, they are just salivating over this. Now, a lot of the lefties are going to be very excited about this. This is something they've been living for the last, 6-7 years. Very strange thing that is going on with them, where they sort of wake up and they orient their entire lives around one particular individual that they just can't get over. Their entire purpose for existing. They run for office on him. They have entire shows about him. Their whole lives are centered around Donald Trump. They use him as the basis for their existence. They've been wanting this for years. Now it's finally coming. And I don't think they have any idea what they're doing. That they don't know the consequences of these actions because they are living in the present. They're sort of climaxing at the moment. Sorry to be so vulgar about it, but let's listen to this.
And I think it's worth taking a pause for a moment and recognizing the moment that we're in, that we've never been in before. And that is
the somber
that
fakeness.
When he walked into that courthouse and he was escorted officially, Donald Trump, former president of the United States, frontrunner for the Republican nomination for president of the United States, is now under arrest. We've never seen it before. It is a sobering moment. And even though he's very consistent, sending out social media posts from the car saying again, seems so surreal. Wow, they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America. You could shorten that and say that for Donald Trump, perhaps he can't believe this is happening. He did not believe, certainly in this case, from the reporting from inside.
Nobody
that
believes in this
was
case.
Going to happen.
Weirdo.
And it has now happened. Donald J. Trump is under arrest. Andrew Weissman, your thoughts?
She's about as giddy as can be. Oh my gosh. These people, you know, I bet she practiced that in the mirror many times this morning. She's like, oh gosh, this is it. It's a story. What am I going to go out there and tell my audience? What's going to be so impactful that I can leave them with? What a somber moment. And they just hyperventilate themselves up into these big moments. And they're causing it, right? They're the ones who are bending the rules of politics. They are shattering hundreds of years of precedent here. They are turning what was an even set of rules that we used to all play by into mutually assured destruction. They have turned their keys, and they are launching the missiles. And this is shattering 200 years plus of precedent. And they're giddy about it like little kids. It's strange to watch this happening, but maybe there's a reason for this. Maybe they recognize that this is their moment, and this is the time for them to gobble up a ton of power. And as we were speaking, as she was speaking about this, I wanted to share this with you. You know, I've had a lot of time to sort of think about what is happening around us. I know many of you have as well. And things happen slowly before they happen fast, right? Things go very slow and then they happen very quickly. And there's a great video. This came over from Khan Academy. I took a screenshot from this. But remember, this was the Russian Revolution. This was the Bolshevik Revolution. There was a Russian Civil War, and it happened very slowly before it happened very quickly. And so just, you know, keep this in mind for context. But this was about a 20-year period from the 1900s all the way to the 1922s, kind of around the same era that we're in, you know, the 1920s to the to the 2020s to the 2000s to the 2020s, which is where we're in now. And throughout this entire 20 years, several decades, there was a lot of transitions happening, different revolutions, a lot of changes in Russia. But the actual revolution happened very quickly. It was just a couple of months, February, March, April, in one particular year when the Tsar abdicates the throne. There's a provisional government in place. The Bolsheviks take over. Lenin's installed, and the whole country is reshaped. Stalin takes over shortly thereafter, and then things really accelerate. And so, you know, you're watching a situation like this, and I'm imagining that many of these lefties, many of these Democrats, they're sort of, you know, they probably don't recognize it, but this is kind of what they feel like. They kind of feel like they're in this moment, like they're going to be taking over control of the government. They have weaponized the DOJ, weaponized the FBI, Capitol Hill Police, everybody basically. And they are trying to turn this into their eternal silo of power where nobody can ever challenge them again. And that's why they're just so giddy about it. They're just so excited. They think that this is going to be the moment where Trump will be indicted 1, Trump will be indicted 2, Trump will be indicted number 3. And they're as giddy as can be. So that is one take on this. Carrie Lake, of course, was posting this about Donald Trump. His fist is raised in the air. She says, I stand with President Donald Trump. And Trump obviously looks good. Actually looks like he's younger than ever there. Looks like he's vibrant, energized, feeling good, not too nervous about what's coming. But it is historic indeed. We know MSNBC is giddy about it. Others are excited. Let's see what the New York Times has for us. See if they have any additional updates. They said the actual arraignment was going to take place at 2:15 Eastern. So we have a little bit of time left until that happens. We see here Manhattan Criminal Court, some footage from what's taking place outside there. So there's Trump walking in. A lot of security, man. And they tell us that he's turned himself in. He's going to be arraigned later. Still waiting around. Not exactly sure what is going on in the courtroom. We had some more reaction. Now, this clip is being resurfaced of Joe Biden. And you'll notice it's an older clip. But DC Drano caught this one, says, "There it is." He said the quiet part out loud. Biden is all but confirming that his team is coordinating these Trump indictments to stop Trump from taking power again. Right? This is the end game. This is what they've been working on for such a long time. And for a while, we've been speculating that they can't not indict him, right? If they tell us that he is the worst person since the Civil War to attack American democracy, if there's been nothing as bad as Trump, 9/11 was like a little thing, not that big of a deal. Pearl Harbor's kind of like whatever that was. But Donald Trump, wow, he's an insurrectionist, and he had a couple people who got violent on that one day. Maybe that was him, if not the feds. But that was the worst thing ever. And so if these people, if they come out time and again and they're hyperventilating for months and years about the MAGA orange Cheeto, Hitler, how can they let him run? And so when you juxtapose this statement from Joe with the timeline of the Bolshevik Revolution I just shared with you, what are they doing? Let's listen.
We just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by if he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again. We just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by if he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again.
So there you go, right? They want to use the strong arm of the government to stop Trump at all costs, no matter what. And Mike Cernovich on Twitter had a very good take on this. And if you've been following Mike Cernovich, you know he's no Trump lover. He's no giant fan of Donald Trump at all. In fact, he's been quite critical of him in recent memory. But even he is outraged by this. He says, if you don't have a problem with what's happening today, you're either in a cult or are a communist who worships Stalin. Because you're okay with this. You are accepting political prosecutions in America as the new norm. And again, we're not talking about just normal, acceptable political prosecutions here. We're talking about weaponized, politicized prosecutions by people who have run on that basis. Alvin Bragg, Tish James, Fannie the Fanniest, they've all said Trump is in the crosshairs. That's why they ran. That's why they got elected. And so pay special attention to all the members of Congress who are dead silent about this, who aren't saying anything about it. We'll have to continue to see if they do speak out. Now, I just saw this come in. From Leslie Gordon telling us about the audio-visual capabilities today at the proceeding. Says the judge ruled on the media public access issue. Lawyer and proud hillbilly is Leslie Gordon. Says in his first real ruling in the case, Judge Mercan did a pretty good job. Says it's a perfectly ordinary kind of ruling and actually pretty conservative as regards judicial views of cameras in the courtroom. He refused live audio video coverage of the whole arraignment. Trump's lawyers opposed that. They wanted audio visual in there, but of course his lawyers lose. The judge said no. Did set up overflow viewing and set up ticket system for entry for the public and the media. Allowed cameras in the hallways, but banned phones and laptops in any of the courtrooms. So that means, I guess, the overflow viewing might be for viewing, but no phones. So you can just watch it in the overflow room, but you don't actually get to restream it out in any way. Which sounds like the federal court system. So we're not going to get to see this either. Certain people, they'll televise for us. Others, they like to hide. When they hide stuff, you get curious about that. Why are they hiding this stuff? They don't want you to see them stabbing somebody in the back like cowards. So Leslie says, as I said, pretty standard for a high profile case. Okay. Really? Okay. Like which ones? While reflecting the conservative, hostile view most judges have to media coverage of the judiciary. Well, we got Derek Chauvin that was live streamed the whole thing. We got Kyle Rittenhouse was streamed. Those are both state level cases. Very high profile cases. Why can't we see this one? Ban phones, ban laptops in any of the courtrooms because they don't want you to see them. They like to operate in the dark of night. So we're going to wait and see what that stuff, what that ruling looks like when it hits the court docket. But no cameras. Of course, because why would they want us to see what's going on in there? Let's go back to C-SPAN and see if they have anything else for us.
We know what will and won't happen. We certainly know a lot, and Dean's been great on this, what the procedures will be. You know, where does the Secret Service and how do they interact with the NYPD? What are the, we just spoke with a law professor who sort of brought us some insight into what's going to happen after you register the indictment. You get the index number, you go over to court, you have to get fingerprinted along the way. You do take the mugshot. You are informed that you're under arrest, that you have the right to remain silent and so forth. And, so we can fill in a lot of information that the public, I think, does want to know. Let me greet those who are just joining us. You are watching Spectrum News special coverage of former President Trump's historic arraignment. My name's Errol Lewis. I'm the political anchor here in New York City, and we are following the events that are unfolding not far from our studios here in Manhattan. About an hour ago, a motorcade left Trump Tower, the president's home, taking the former president to a lower Manhattan courthouse. He got there less than 15 minutes later, entered the courthouse through a side entrance, and he remains inside as we speak. We showed a little bit of footage from inside the building there. Donald Trump, of course, the first former president ever to face criminal charges. The official arraignment is scheduled to begin at 2:15 Eastern time. That's just a few minutes from now.
Yeah.
Later on, we are expected to hear from the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, giving his side of the story. We're going to bring that to you in its entirety. That's expected around 3:30. Donald Trump will be heading back to Florida after his court appearance and will be delivering a statement in the 8 p.m. Eastern hour. We're going to bring that to you as well. We are, as we're waiting for the formal arraignment and all of the different things I described to you, some of which may change on the fly. We'll ask you to bear with us. We've got full team coverage trying to keep track of all of this from Midtown down to Lower Manhattan. Joining me here in our studios, we've got New York One's political director, Bob Hart. We've got political reporters Courtney Gross and Juan Manuel Benitez, and New York One criminal justice reporter Dean Meminger. Let's go back to our Emily No, our colleague who was outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. What's the latest going on there, Emily?
Errol, relatively uneventful. I would say a lot of people just peering over the fences. There's this park and plaza behind me where Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene hosted a pro-Trump rally earlier. We have the news media, of course, and we have now 2 rows of uniformed court officers at the ready in front of the front entrance to 100 Center Street. We know that former President Donald Trump is inside being processed, fingerprinted. He'll be moving on shortly literally through the hallways to the arraignment
Insane.
in Part 59 on the 15th floor of this building, a process that will be presided over by State Supreme Court Justice Juan Merchan, certainly no stranger to Trump and Trump-adjacent legal proceedings. But really, the mood now is a little bit of anticipation, a little bit of anxiety. But despite the thousands upon thousands of news media and demonstrators and just people just here for the spectacle, it's by and large been a peaceful turn. People just waiting to see what happens. I did speak with some Trump supporters who've traveled here to support him, to say that they're with him. They're hoping that he at least pulls his motorcade around and gives them a thumbs up. But I also want to talk a little bit of how much this proceeding could be a practice run for other legal proceedings that the former president may face. Because this could be the first of the legal dominoes to fall for Donald Trump. He faces criminal charges potentially out of Fulton County, Georgia, as well in relation to alleged election interference in the 2020 elections that Joe Biden ultimately won. He also has 2 criminal proceedings brought by the U.S. Department of Justice out of Washington, D.C. relating to the January 6th insurrection and the alleged retention of sensitive documents at his Mar-a-Lago home. So a lot of those jurisdictions, whether that's the officials, the elected officials, or police officials, are looking at New York City in terms of how the security measures have been put in place, how they are managing the crowds, how they are managing the hordes of news media. And as much as this is a news media capital, we should remind viewers across the nation that this actually is the tabloid town that made Donald Trump, that a lot of New Yorkers don't necessarily know him first and foremost as the former president. They know him as the real estate mogul who was tabloid fodder for years and years and years. So there is a full circle aspect to the fact that now all the cameras are trained on this courthouse and people are eagerly awaiting what happens inside when that indictment is unsealed and eagerly listening to what he might be saying tonight, because really here in New York City, people know him very well.
Yeah, Emily, you were at Trump Tower when the then candidate Donald Trump came down the escalator, stepped up to the microphone, announced he was running for president, and proceeded to sort of shock and offend a lot of people and delight others. And he was on his way at that point.
Gosh.
What's it like for you now, years after the fact, to look at this new?
All right, so we're still waiting around, shock and offend. Why? Because he talked about illegal immigration. All right. So if you are on the mind map, if you're over at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, if you're accessing the same mind map that we're navigating around on right now, I just added a ton of stuff to this. So remember, historically, we spent a lot of time talking about this case, and there's now a new section down here. So there's a bunch of people in here. Good to see you guys. There's a big section down here if you want to navigate called history. Now, this is where we've spent time. We've got clips from everybody. This is where all the documents are as well. If you're looking for Michael Cohen's letters from his lawyer, if you're looking for the clips from Robert Costello, they're here. If you want to see the waiver here, Cohen's waiver of privilege, it's all here. His FEC stuff, the letter from Stormy Daniels, it's all available now, right? So you can head on over there at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, and you can just literally navigate this around and get what you want. Now, we do have the jury instructions. We're asking ourselves what the indictment is going to look like. Probably going to be this charge times about 34 of them. There was a new report from Yahoo News that they're saying 34 felonies, and everybody said, wow, 34 felonies, that's crazy. Well, I mean, they all basically have to be felonies because anything that's a misdemeanor is going to have fallen off the statute of limitations timeline, and they won't be able to prosecute it. So they have to be felonies. And the question then becomes, what is the aggravating factor that will allow them to turn it from a misdemeanor into a felony times 34 different separate felonies?
Delighted by all of this. I mean, I can't see how this hurts them in any way for Donald Trump's legal problems to reach this point.
Democrats?
Yeah, so during the midterm elections, Errol, that just passed, Democrats spent a lot of money controversially promoting candidates who were tied to Donald Trump. And there was controversy about that, and some people would think that it was going to backfire. This is kind of the same thing, except it's entirely free. There's all of this attention on Donald Trump. There's all of these people who are rushing to support him. And I think it is to the advantage for Democrats and to the disadvantage of Republicans, and this is just at least now, who are intent on trying to move the party past Donald Trump, who they see as a three-time loser. And there has been a lot of commentary about how this is very good for Donald Trump's base. It's mobilizing them. He certainly made a lot of money so far. His poll numbers are going up. I guess I'd like to argue that there's another side to this, which brings us to what you're talking about with these other cases. If this is the spring of blooming indictments, not just here in New York, but in Atlanta and in the nation's capital, there might be more of a push for Republicans who are upset at the possibility of Trump getting the nomination again, really trying to coalesce. And I see that actually happening if you squint at the numbers. I don't think it's all perfect for Trump because he has a whole lot of legal jeopardy ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. I think that he's right about this. This is going to be a problem for Trump with some people, with some, independents and some people who I would probably think are already in the anti-Trump category. Anybody who is upset about the mean tweets and all that stuff, they probably already voted against Trump. I don't know that an indictment is going to make people who voted for Trump not vote for Trump, especially not this indictment. Okay, this indictment is the weakest of all of them. And we've already talked a lot about the other potential indictments. Those are coming down the pike. I have no doubt about it. This was just the opening salvo. But we've got Georgia, which will be coming down as well. This is Fani Willis. We've talked about this one with Emily Kors, the weird grand jury foreperson out of Georgia. 75 witnesses. This case actually involves some actual evidence. It doesn't have any statute of limitations problems. It's all political nonsense, talking about find the votes, phone calls to try to work through an election, which I don't think is illegal at all. Everybody does it in elections. You're supposed to do that in elections. You can't talk about elections without talking about the votes. But they're thinking about prosecuting him under RICO and stuff like that. So my point of sharing that is the first time you swing at somebody, you better connect and hit, because if the first opening punch is weak, that sets the tone for the entire fight, right? Everything is going to be set from there. And they're prosecuting Trump on a Stormy Daniels charge that everybody says is weak, that many people have already declined to prosecute, that has very similar conduct that has been investigated and dismissed. You can look at Tom DeLay, or you can look at John Edwards. There are other historical cases where these prosecutions are weak. So they're going to put all their eggs in this basket, and it's going to be one of the weakest prosecutions ever. And I'll tell you this, I have not felt more energized and behind Trump than now. I'll tell you that, right? And I've been a fan of anybody who is pro freedom, and whether I don't really, I want a freedom person to lead this country. Whoever that person happens to be, I'm open to that one. But a lot of the other alternatives now, the people out there who are not talking about this issue, who are not pounding the table, they're kind of disqualifying themselves. Any other alternatives to Trump that are not even talking about it are disqualifying themselves, in my opinion, because this is one of the, if not the biggest issue in the whole country. It's not just Trump being arrested. It's the weaponization of the government. It's the prosecution of political enemies. It is the shattering of historic norms because they don't like Trump. And whatever else these other candidates are talking about, I don't know how okay, like, yes, tax policy is very important to me. Yeah, tax policy. Immigration is very important to me. A lot of other issues are very important to me, but they're all irrelevant if our side of the game, if our team is being arrested, then we can't have good conversations about immigration or about COVID or about foreign affairs. If they're arresting political candidates for made up, trumped up charges, and they're just sitting around, well, we'll just wait and see what the indictment says. We'll just wait for it and see. I mean, unless the indictment comes back and Trump murdered 34 people or something, 34 felonies, first-degree murder. Oh, excuse me, forgive me on that one. I was mistaken. Okay, maybe he should, yeah, maybe, maybe we should do something about that. But that's not the case. Everybody knows that. And every one of these other indictments, every one of these other investigations is very much similar to this. And so if what if he's able to beat this charge, which I think is a long shot? It is a garbage case, as everybody knows. But the question is, what are the judges going to do? What are the jurors going to do?
Yes, for more analysis on what's happening behind the walls
What's
of the
going
courthouse
on
in
in
Lower
court?
Manhattan. Liz Roper is a former prosecutor with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, currently a partner at Baker and McKenzie. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I know you don't necessarily, I know you know how this office works. So without divulging anything that would get anybody in trouble, what are your former colleagues doing as this is happening? I mean, in what respects is this just one more defendant, and there are about 1,000 a week that get processed through this office, and how is it different?
Yeah, well, not speaking from any personal experience or knowledge with the case, it's interesting because it is, as you just said, in so many ways, completely unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this before in criminal justice in American politics.
Never.
At the same time, the charges that we're likely talking about here and the nature of the case is something that's very much typical for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and for this division to be prosecuting. So in that regard, it is almost a sort of typical case. At the same time, it's the most unusual case the office has ever had.
As there was a lot of controversy and arguments about he's being singled out and so forth, there were some lawyers who went through the records and sort of presented the number of white-collar cases that are arguably similar just over the last couple of years. And it was dozens. I mean, there are a lot of people apparently who are accused of trying to cheat the system in one way or another.
Right. I mean, if you're talking specifically about falsifying business records, which is one of the charges that's widely reported, that is expected in this case, there's probably no other office in New York State that has more experience bringing those charges. And it is a really frequent type of case that we would see in a kind of, quote unquote, white collar financial fraud prosecution.
For us outsiders who are looking at this, I ran into an attorney the other day. Ron Kuby was here in our studios, and I ran into him in the hallway, and he said, if you think about it, people don't just falsify business records for the heck of it, right? So it's almost always tied to something else, right? There's a reason people falsify records.
Right, and that's the aspect of it that often makes that charge a felony, right? If it's done in
Why don't you ask her about the
of
presumption of
some
innocence?
other-
Why don't you ask her, hey, you're a prosecutor, can you tell me what the presumption of innocence means in the United States? Can you also tell us a little bit about that standard that's applicable in criminal law called beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you familiar with that? Can you tell us about that? Can you explain what a grand jury does, how that works? Are defense attorneys and defendants able to make arguments there? Do they see any of the evidence there?
Business somewhere was harmed, that the detrimental reliance of a bank or an insurance company or the government itself caused somebody to lose something. That, like you can't just sweep that aside and say, hey, you lied. You have to show that something bad happened, right?
Sort of. This particular charge requires the intent to defraud, right? And so
intent, not even proven, right?
Right. And so that sounds to a lot of people, I think, like it involves stealing money, but the term defraud is actually defined pretty broadly in the penal law, and it can mean a lot of different types of kind of fraud or misrepresentation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it sounds like
there's the statute.
We'll find out soon when this is unsealed, hopefully, that they're going to link this to saying hush money is an illegal campaign contribution.
Yeah, to aggravate it.
Is my understanding. I'm not a former prosecutor, but that is I think going to be the crux of this case. It was state election law violated, not federal, but state election law.
For the purpose.
Is hush money? Are you paying someone not to talk? If you politically benefit from that, which I think we'd all say you probably did, is that a campaign contribution? Now, the legal team might argue, well, we would have paid that hush money anyways, because this is an embarrassing story, and we don't want to embarrass the family.
Right. But mixed motives are often present, right? I mean, that's just saying I was mostly worried about what Melania would think. That's not going to get you off the hook, right?
I think that's right, and I think the timing here is going to be relevant as well. So soon before the 2016 election,
and also in the wake of already doing the quote unquote catch and kill with another woman who is alleging that she had an affair, Karen McDougal. And so I think we're going to hear a lot about the Karen McDougal case potentially in this indictment as well.
The case that your former colleagues in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office won against the Trump Organization, a criminal conviction on tax fraud last summer, was unanimous. I mean, they got all of the counts, 17 counts. It struck me as the kind of thing that might be difficult to explain to a jury. And the skill that a prosecutor needs in explaining to a lay jury what these things are, what these terms mean, why it's against the law. Do you also have to explain why it's harmful to society? Or is it more of a kind of an intellectual exercise saying he matches this set of words in the penal law?
We'll take a look at
the latter, right? In fact, it can veer into inappropriate to start arguing that this was a threat to society or some kind of broader harm. So prosecutors really tend to stick pretty strictly to the elements of the charged crime. But you're right that it can be challenging in a complex financial case to help a jury understand why each element of the crime was proved. And as I said, the team at the Manhattan DA's office probably has more experience doing that than any office in the country.
There's this question of a change of venue, and apparently the former president was tweeting about it today or putting it out on his social media saying, I can't get a fair hearing in Manhattan, which did vote against.
I don't think they're going to move it. They're not going to move it.
Like that twice. On the other hand, I mean, that first of all, that by itself is not sufficient.
They're not going to move it.
You have to ask the courts. If you're asking the court for a change of venue, there has to be a very specific reason other than, hey, people around here don't like me, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm frankly not that familiar with the law around change of venue because it happens so infrequently.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
People here didn't vote for me is not going to cut it.
Right. I mean, one reason.
Yeah, not going to cut it. Okay. So they're talking about jury instructions and what the jurors are going to be deciding. We actually have already pulled up the jury instructions, and we're going to keep listening in on this C-SPAN. Basically, we're waiting for some activity, some knowledge that something has happened in court. Trump walks out, or there's new updates. So let's see what the New York Times has for us, if they've got any updates for us here at the top. Still waiting. Former president turned himself in. Just going through the process right now. And again, arraignments are very slow, very, very quick proceedings. Not much activity. Not a lot of exciting things happen. Most of it, I would guess, is already hashed out. The defense team has already worked with the prosecutors. They know what they're asking for in terms of release conditions, gag orders, travel restrictions. He's already got lawyers appointed. This is going to be the second time this judge is overseeing a case. We're going to see if they file any motions, maybe a notice for a change of judge, whatever New York law says about that. I don't know if they have that ability. Can they file for a change of judge? We do not know. But let's take a look at the jury instructions, just so we can sort of follow up on that question from the prosecutor. If Trump is charged with this count, falsifying business records in the first degree, this is what they say. Like, this is what the jury would be looking at. Under our law, a person is guilty, so Trump has to do these things, of falsifying business records in the first degree when with intent to defraud. Intent to defraud, that includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal in the commission of another crime. That person does one of these things. And you see this word "or" here. So that means we can pick any one of these. It's like, which one do you want? Do any of these fit here? And this is the court taking the statute, which we have already seen, this statute here, and just breaking it down, because this doesn't, it's hard to read. A person is guilty, falsifying a thing, that's very confusing. So what does it actually mean? Here's what they say. Makes or causes a false entry in the business records, alters, erases, or obliterates a true entry of the business records, omits to make a true entry of a business records, or prevents a making of a true business record. So omits, alters, or makes. So it's probably going to be this subsection here, right? Makes or causes a false entry to be made. That's what they're going to say. He didn't actually make these things. Who did? Michael Cohen did. But Trump caused Michael Cohen to make the thing. So it'll go from Trump to Cohen to Stormy Daniels. And they're saying that this chain of causation, this part here, Trump causing Cohen to do the thing is going to satisfy that element. The following terms are used. Enterprise means the following. Business record means any writing, including anything maintained for evidencing the business condition or activity. So we'll see what those actually look like. But I'm going to guess this is the 34 items are going to be here, right? The 34 business records, 34 entries, 34 line items are all going to be a part of that. We're asking about intent. Means the conscious objective or the purpose. Thus, a person acts with intent to defraud when his or her conscious objective or purpose is to do so. Now, this is going to be a tough element to prove. Okay, this is where I think all of the other prosecutions have failed. Tom DeLay was prosecuted, and that failed. We also had John Edwards was a Democrat. Remember, he had a mistress. They prosecuted him too. He had an extramarital affair, and he was acquitted on that. Let's pull that up real quickly. Yeah, here's his extramarital affair. Remember this guy? Former vice presidential candidate, claimed from an anonymous source. Several mainstream outlets covered this up. On August 7th, Edwards admitted that he had an affair with Hunter. Not that Hunter. Probably. When Edwards admitted the affair, he said that his wife had beaten breast cancer and she died of the illness later. So his wife had cancer and he was sleeping around on her. Nice guy. Now, it actually went forward to a trial and he admitted, man, this is a long article. He made payments in August 2018. Edwards provided financial assistance to both Hunter and Young without her knowledge. And of course, he wasn't running after all of this happened, but in the legal proceedings, he was indicted by a North Carolina jury. 6 felony charges. The indictment came after a failure of intensive negotiations for a plea bargain. Jury selection of the trial began. And look at this. A verdict of not guilty on 1 count and a mistrial of the remaining 5 was reached. And the reason being is because it's really hard to prove that element, which is why these cases are so weak. And here you see this one, intent to defraud or the conscious objective or the purpose to do so. And that was a much stronger case than Trump's case. He actually was paying her. I think he had a kid with her, and there was all sorts of connections there. This is a worse case from an actual candidate and a former president and a political prosecution. It's not even the same thing. It's much weaker. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to prove intent. In order for you to prove the defendant guilty of this crime, people are required to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following 2 elements. That on or about the date in the county that Trump did the following. 1, made or caused a false entry, or that's going to be that one. That's going to be it. Made or caused. And that the defendant did so with intent to defraud that included an intent to commit another crime or to aid and conceal in the commission thereof. So this is where he's running for office. That is the falsifying of the state level business record with Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen to conceal, to cover up an FEC filing, which will aggravate this from a misdemeanor into a felony. So it'll go from misdemeanor land into felony world. If you find the people have proven this, you must find the defendant guilty if none of the affirmative defenses apply. So what are some of the defenses that Trump could make? Now, an affirmative defense in the law is an interesting concept. It's this idea that you're admitting the conduct. So think of self-defense as one of these concepts. You're charged with assault for hitting somebody and breaking their nose. Oh man, you broke their nose. You say, yeah, guess what? I did punch him in the nose and I did break it. That's all true, which are technically the elements of an assault. But I had self-defense, right? I'm sort of privileged. I have an affirmative defense. I was allowed to punch him in the nose and break his nose because I was acting in self-defense. Same type of concept here. Let's see how they apply to business records. If you find that the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either one, oh, we're outside here. Let's listen.
Sort of feeling, waiting and watching. There's also a grand number of them right here around me as well, this is the entryway where Trump came in, basically the back door entrance to the DA's office. Given that the vehicles have turned around, we expect they're going to be heading back out this way as well. But life does also go on. This is a bit anecdotal, but as I was running back over here from one of our trucks, because we're running out of batteries and so forth, I actually passed a couple that was coming out of getting married. So the clerk's office is still operating in that sense. Life goes on here in the streets of New York City while all of this is happening just a block away. But now we just have a bunch of people that are gathered around waiting, a lot of them asking us questions about when they're going to be leaving, where we expect them to head.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Joe Tacopina.
Hey, there he is.
One of
That's
the attorneys, and Boris Epshteyn, frequent guest on New York One, as a matter of fact.
Just walked
another
out.
one of the former president's attorneys. They've both just left the room, which means the defendant himself may step forward in a moment or two. We'll keep watching for that. Joe Tacopina, of course, a well-known attorney in these parts.
We talked about Joe Tacopina yesterday. Let's go back to the jury instructions and see what is happening there. They say that, oh wait, there he is.
There's the former president. Let's take a look.
Trump walked out. Arraignment is over. Presumably.
Okay, that's the static camera that the judge restricted the media to. Everyone is seeing that same feed. And the former president, as he has been throughout all of this, Courtney Gross, has not been smiling in all of the photos just in the last week.
Why would he be smiling? This is a disaster.
You know, the putting aside the harsh words that we've seen on his social media feed, he is not. He's not taking this lightly.
And there's been some reporting about
He just
the
got arrested.
calculus of the optics of that, whether or not he should be stern, should he look morose, should he look defiant,
These
should he
people
look
are
cheerful
idiots.
and smile and wave. And obviously, I think we got our answer there is that he looked pretty stern. He does not look like he's having a good time. And perhaps,
Of
like
course
what we were
not.
talking about before, is the reality is potentially setting in that this is a very serious thing. You are facing jail time. You're facing years in prison if convicted. That being said,
Brilliant.
we did just get a fundraising email with the subject from the Trump campaign with the subject line, new item mugshot. So we talked about potentially that T-shirt
Good.
of whether or
Good.
not we were
They
going to get a
should.
T-shirt with the mugshot on it. And there
Good.
is
They should
already a
milk
T-shirt
every single
that
bit of
says
this.
not guilty and a picture of the president with a fake mugshot. We should note that it is not the real mugshot or a real mugshot. There was some confusion about whether or not he was even going to get a mugshot.
Right.
These people.
They'll charge you just as much.
It's funny, Earl, you mentioned that. I remember once we
Listen
had
to
Rod
them.
Blagojevich, the former Illinois governor, on while he was facing serious charges, and he was like the happy warrior. Like you would have thought. So there is certainly a strategy going on. Like he's greeting like the cleaning staff here and everything. This is not obviously the Donald Trump playbook. It's the stern, angry daddy, what we're seeing right now, not the happy warrior.
But my prediction is tonight,
These
when we
people
hear
are
him
weird.
back in his home turf at Mar-a-Lago.
Is this what the normal news is? Is this what they normally talk about? Who is this
I
person?
bet you that's going to be more defiant and not necessarily cheerful, but I think we'll see more of the president's personality there and talk about the witch hunt. And
I mean, we got such a taste of it in Waco.
Wow. Wow. These people, they get around together and that's what they do is they sit around. That's the conversations that they have. Yikes. Pretty embarrassing. They're talking about Trump's memorabilia and they're talking about Trump's demeanor and whether he was going to have a morose face on. A morose face and fundraising emails on the day that the justice system just divided by zero, essentially. And that the future of the criminal justice system will never be the same. They're talking about his fundraising. They're talking about his speeches and about his personality and whether he's just smiling or not. Going to be a serious thing now. They are crazy in there. It's kind of nuts to listen to them communicating that way. Strange behavior. All right, so we'll keep that open. We'll see if there's any more activity.
Convincing argument.
I think they're just going to probably talk amongst themselves and stroke themselves, play patty cake with each other as they like to do. Let's see if there's anything else on Twitter. There's been a bunch of reporters out there who are there on the ground, and let's see if there's anything new. That is a strange video. Some very strange people. It looks like this is a close-up from Juanita Broderick, who I think was abused by Bill Clinton, and nothing happened to Bill Clinton, of course. But this is a closer scene of this. Fox had a nice camera. Here's Trump walking out. No, he does not look happy at all. This is a terrible day, not only for the country, but in particular for the Republican Party, for Trump, for anybody who opposes the main government, opposes the traditional norms of power right now. If you question them, there's a concern that this may be you. They take out the top person, the symbol for the rest of the party for a reason. So that was over from Juanita Broderick. Let's see what else is happening. The court looks pretty much quiet now. We're trying to see if there's any other angles from when he was exiting. Looks like Jack Posobiec is on the scene. Now, one of the questions we have is whether or not we're going to see a gag order. What were some of the other rulings that came out? Does he have any release conditions? Does he have any, is there any other travel restrictions? Did he post bond? What's the deal? Jack Posobiec is talking about the gag order. And what does this scene look like? Okay, so now there are cameras back in the building.
So there are certain things that just happen in every
So after he
criminal
left,
prosecution and will end up happening here.
The people of the state of New York versus Donald Trump. Something many people thought they would never see. Certainly not something he would have preferred.
yeah, you guys did it. All the Democrats did it. You guys started this. You guys started the mutually assured destruction process. And truthfully, I think you're probably going to rue the day that happened, like you often rue the day. But here, let's see if Donald Trump posted anything on True Social. We just did a refresh. There's nothing up over there, of course. But I was wondering if his team posted anything. Looks like nothing there yet. And Jack Posobiec was there on the scene, probably still there. He's saying they can gag Donald Trump, but they can't gag all of us.
Why are we here this morning? I'll tell you why we're here this morning. Because Joe Biden and the Democrats and the media are terrified of the people of this country. They're terrified of free Americans. They're terrified of the voters. They're terrified of people having a voice, and that's why they're trying to put a gag order on President Donald John Trump. Have you heard that, a gag order? Well, you know what I say to Alvin Bragg and his gag order? Boo! Boo!
Yeah, we'll be very, very loud talking about all of these issues. All right, and so now we're asking about the indictment. I definitely want to stick around until we can see the indictment because I want to go through it. So if anybody has the indictment, if you've been able to find it, definitely let me know. I'm trying to dig that up right now. Let's see what the New York Times has for us before we go back over to the... We've got some new updates. Updated just now. Trump stayed silent as he entered the courtroom. Turned himself in, Lower Manhattan, said he would not plead guilty to the charges, which concern his role. So still not much new information there. 2 minutes ago, said Trump had a grim expression on his face. His lawyers entered the courtroom shortly before he did. This is the scene where Trump will be surrendered and arraigned, New York City. That is the court building. And this is the area where the protesters will be. So we'll add that over into the mind map for a location. Trump did not deliver remarks or answer any questions from a reporter as he entered the courtroom. He was already arraigned. We saw him leave. And we'll see what else is happening out there. Let's go back over to C-SPAN. See if they've got different cameras. There were no reporters allowed in the courtroom, which is a major bummer. And I also wanted to pull up the court docket. I was wondering if they're actually going to start posting the files, right? Start posting the motions. Looks like they're still watching what's going on outside the court.
I believe that's what happened here. There's really never an opportunity or a possibility for the district attorney or the defendant's team to pick the judge, right? That doesn't happen. What's been reported here, I think, is that this was the judge who was overseeing the grand jury that ultimately indicted former President Trump. And it's very typical that in that situation, what we would call the grand jury judge, the judge who's overseeing that grand jury and hearing any issues that arise during the course of its tenure, would then oversee any prosecutions that result from indictments that they issue.
And he also sat on the tax fraud case that the Trump organization lost last year, right?
That's right. And he oversaw the plea deal for the former CFO of the Trump organization, Allen Weisselberg. He is the one who sentenced him, which was part of the plea deal. So I don't know how much leverage he actually had there, to 5 months in Rikers Island, on Rikers Island. In fact, Weisselberg is still on Rikers Island. He's sitting in the West facility, which is the medical facility on Rikers Island. He is expected to get out on about April
Guy's in his 70s,
I believe, or so. And in the Trump organization case, Merchan actually did impose the highest penalty that was possible in that particular case, which was the tax fraud case that we talked about before, giving perks that were off the books to obviously Weisselberg and other CEOs and officials within the Trump organization. And that fine imposed by Merchan was $1.6 million, which is the highest that they could give in that case.
Yeah, he hates Trump.
He is a well-respected judge. He actually also oversees Manhattan Mental Health Court. So at the end of last year, I actually sat in his chambers on that floor in that courtroom for a day watching his proceedings, and he was fair. He was stern in some cases. You know, I watched him where one of the defendants, Manhattan Mental Health Court, is alternative to incarceration. So it's a different type of court, obviously very different than what we're seeing here, but he oversees it one day a week on Wednesdays. And, you know, in one case, he was very compassionate to a lot of these defendants, saying, you know, they have to abide by certain program details to make sure, or certain programs to make sure that they're abiding.
So I was trying to see, I looked this up in New York. I was trying to find if there was a rule for a change of a criminal judge, and I actually don't see anything. In Arizona, we have a notice for a change of judge, which means if you have some justification for removing a judge off your case, you have the ability to do that. And my question is whether that is something that is possible in New York. I don't know the answer to that, but I will continue to look into that. Meanwhile, I'm also looking for the indictment. We're waiting for that to come out so we can add it to the mind map and poke around and see what is going on there. If you're just joining us and you want to access the mind map, this is available. So you can see a bunch of people are here right now poking around. It's all of the research that we've been doing on the New York case. Okay. I haven't added anything from the Georgia case or from the special counsel case yet. This will probably turn into that. But right now we're just focused on New York. If you want to access this mind map, you can do it totally free. Just go to spotlightlawyer.com/Trump and it should just open it up in a free viewer. If you want to edit or, you know, create your own mind map, you can sign up for an account, but the viewer is free. So spotlightlawyer.com/Trump. And we're going to keep our tabs here on what's happening. And right now we're waiting for the indictment to come out. Of course, prosecutors Alvin Bragg are leading the charge. These are the other two prosecutors who are really working on the case, I think, pretty aggressively. So once that indictment comes out, we'll go through it. But the other questions that we had were about some of the release conditions from the judge. What is the judge ordering? Was he released on his own recognizance? Does he have any travel restrictions? Did they put an ankle monitor on the guy? Is that why he's mad? Did they gag him? Can he talk about this? Can he post on Truth? Can he even say anything? We don't know. And we want the indictment to be unsealed. Alvin Bragg is apparently speaking. They told us, I think at 3:15. So that'll be about a half hour for now. So we might just be able to stick with this and jump in on that one as well. But spotlightlawyer.com/Trump. If you want to access the mind map, come and join us and bookmark that. We're going to continue to add to this, right? So when discovery happens, when new motions get filed, we'll continue to get it organized and make it accessible. I also put in here a link to the New York court system. I don't know if this is going to work or not, or if they've actually, unsealed anything, but this is the link over to the court system. Gosh, where are the motorcycle here? Select all the squares with the motorcycle. All right, hopefully we got him. Should I click that one too? It's his head, or is it just the motorcycle, not the motorcyclist? Let's try it. Oh, it worked. Holy moly. Gosh, that would have been embarrassing. All right, so let's see Donald Trump as a defendant in the state of New York. Let's see if we get anything. Find the cases. Donald Trump, that looks like these are all 2022 cases. So no, not there yet, but we'll see if they put it there at some point in time. On C-SPAN,
Place where that would happen, but it's certainly generally possible.
Right. And then, there was this whole question about the federal aspect of this, right? Where Michael Cohen went to federal prison on federal charges. But there was that famous
and he was
Justice
convicted.
Department memo saying he did these things that sent him to prison and lied about those things, which is part of why he went to prison in coordination with the individual one.
Right. Individual one is Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, that's one of the challenges for the Manhattan prosecutors is finding New York prosecutors can't prosecute Trump on federal law. They're going to have to find state law traditionally. And that's probably what we're going to hear, what in state election law was violated today. But there's another thing that we've been hearing from Trump and the supporters. This is a witch hunt. This is ultra liberal.
It is.
What happens if we see this in Georgia, which is a real possibility? What happens if the special counsel, Jack Smith, who's looking into the documents, the confidential documents that turned up at Mar-a-Lago, and looking at the buildup into January 6th. There's a case there.
He will. He's going to get indicted in both of those cases. Just so we're getting prepared for that. I don't think this is not the last of it. And we got a clip here I want to jump into. We're asking ourselves what Congress people are speaking out about any of this. Are any of them? Is the GOP going to be active and forceful in doing anything about this or not? Are they going to be their normal, typical selves? We have a clip from Rubio. It's Rubio. Let's see what he has to say. He posted this on Twitter. Marco Rubio says, today is a bad day for all of us, and we are all going to regret it for a very long time. He's absolutely right about it.
Put aside for a moment whether you like Trump or not like him, whether you're for him or not for him. Today is a bad day for all of us. Today, American politics crosses a line that it's never going to come back from. After today, especially on the basis of how ridiculous these charges are, after today, every prosecutor in America that wants to make a name for themselves now is going to have permission to basically go after someone in the other party. What's going to stop some Republican or conservative prosecutor now from saying, well, now I'm going to go after Joe Biden or his family or Bill Clinton or Hillary Clinton or Nancy Pelosi, whoever? What's going to stop them? Nothing's going to stop them, because today we set a new normal. Today we set the new normal that if you really want to take someone down, nothing should stop you. You should be able to manipulate the law any way you want to charge someone. And what really is damaging is that the charges here are absurd. You're talking about a misdemeanor, if proven, a misdemeanor that had a statute of limitation that expired. So this prosecutor has decided to link it to a federal charge, election law charge, that the federal government decided not to pursue. And all of it built on the testimony of a convicted liar. And so people see this for what it is. It's political, but it's more than just political. It's poison to our country. It will permanently change politics in America forever. We are going to regret this day, whether you like Trump or not. We are going to regret this day for a very long time. We are setting a new normal, a damaging new normal that is going to disfigure American politics and put us on a destructive road. We are going to regret this day for a very, very long time.
He's right about that. I don't even think they have any idea what they've done. I don't think they have any clue what they've done. And it's gonna be a big problem. There's a reason this hasn't happened before. To say that Donald Trump is the worst person and this Stormy Daniels saga is the thing that justifies shattering these norms is lunacy. Now, I want to shout out Marco Rubio for actually posting something about this. I wanted to share this Twitter list with you. It's kind of an embarrassing list to follow. It'll actually make your blood boil as we go through this. But C-SPAN has aggregated a list of all the members of Congress, okay, and they all post on Twitter, and they put them all on this list. You can see it's 554 members for all the various Congress people. You can follow this list if you'd like to. But if you scroll through it, right, it's just a compendium of all the Congress people. And you ask yourself, what are they talking about? What are these people talking about in this list? All right. And so not much going on here about Donald Trump. Let's see here. Representative Lisa McClain is talking about impartiality and justice. Representative Quigley is talking about classified documents. Senator Amy Klobuchar is talking about firefighters and Gaylord, right? So she's visiting and, laughing with firefighters. Shout out to firefighters. We've got Mickey Sherrill, who has some director meeting somewhere, shoving a bunch of people into a corner somewhere. Here, West Point cadets. Shout out to our friends at West Point. David Schweikert here in Arizona. Okay, hopefully, did he say something about this? Did he say something about Trump today? Or is he just talking about congressional art competitions? Glad to see here. Yeah, nothing. Okay, so these idiots, and this is somebody here in Arizona. He's posting about art competitions. 2023 congressional art competition is approaching, right? So I know a lot of people are angry at the Democrats and angry at the lefties and angry at Alvin Bragg and angry at all of the Republicans out there, angry at all the Democrats out there. But these Republicans, my friends, are an absolute joke. I mean, what are they doing? They're talking about art competition at the Scottsdale Artist School. Neat. Thanks, David. Thanks for your work here. Great. Kawisi is a representative talking about Martin Luther King. Nothing there. Here's another one. Paul Gosar. Shout out to Paul Gosar. At least we've got somebody in Arizona who's doing something useful. Says, I stand with our president, Donald Trump. Well done there, Paul. So Paul is somebody who is actually taking a stand on a historic day. Losers like Representative Schweikert are talking about art competitions in Scottsdale. Klobuchar is talking about visiting with firefighters and hanging around fire truck engines. Here's another one. Mike Rogers, another representative, talking to high school kids about the championship. All right. Here's Mark Wayne, who's visiting Oklahoma. Mark Wayne Mullen, father of 6, small business owners, honored to represent Oklahoma's conservative values. Did he talk about this? Let's see. Did he say anything about Trump today? He's talking about the Endangered Species Act, reverse endangered species. Wow. That's pretty shattering. Is this guy a Republican? He's from Oklahoma. Father of 6. He's in the Senate. Okay. So what is he doing here? Mark Wayne Mullen. I got to imagine he's a Republican, right? So on his Twitter account, we don't have a single thing about this. He's talking about endangered species. 23 hours ago, he was talking about U.S. Navy SEALs, which is great, and evacuations in Oklahoma. Here he posted this a couple days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago. He talked about Alvin Bragg. That's great. Neat. Thanks for that, Mark Wayne. Anything today on this? You're going to stand up and say anything about this today? Or are you just going to talk about your endangered species and your tours and your existential threats of communist China? How about what our Department of Justice is doing here in our country? Can you pay attention to that? Right? I'm as outraged about this, about the lefties and everybody else who's investigating this. But the GOP has been asleep at the wheel. They're happy to see Donald Trump drown and flounder and be put off to pasture. They don't care. They don't care what you think or what you vote, how you want this to go. They'd rather talk about endangered species and have people take photos of them with their hands like this. Here, get an action shot like I'm explaining something complicated. Here, get another action shot like this. All right. Now, I'm sure he's a fine guy. I'm sure he's a great senator, whatever. But you're missing your moment in time. You're missing the country shifting right in front of us. You're talking about endangered species. You people should be ashamed of yourself. Here's Andy Biggs from Arizona. We've got two people from Arizona who are finally speaking out about it. Here's this.
Out of control, I think this is. I view this as authoritarian. This is something I would expect to see in CCP in communist China. I would expect to see it in Venezuela. I would expect to see it in Iran, North Korea, the former Soviet Union. That's how out of control I think this is, and how over the top this is. And I think it's disgusting, quite frankly. I view this as...
It is disgusting what's happening, and a lot of people aren't talking about it. Representative Napolitano has a big check. Raja is talking about the Russian military. Another congressman's talking about... What are they talking about? No, nothing. No Trump. Here we got one from Gosar. Already got him. Bob Menendez not going to talk about it. Roger Stone got a retweet from Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is nice. Marjorie Taylor Greene's on it. Says, hey, New York City mayor, under your lack of leadership, New York City has become a dangerous drug and crime-infested sewer. And here are some statistics on that. Too small to read, but you get the point. Probably terrible. The Republicans are just gone. They would be okay with Trump never coming back. Because if Trump's here, they don't get to do what they want to do, which is basically what the Democrats want to do. Is McConnell speaking out about any of this? The leader of the Senate, the people that everybody refer to in the Republican Party as, you know, the wise old man who's going to get us through this with his decades of experience? No. He's silent on all the issues that matter the most. Now we turn our attention back over to C-SPAN, and they tell us that we may actually get an unsealed indictment soon. We're waiting for that to happen. Here's what they're telling us.
Actually working.
Well, maybe you're reading the article that they're doing, and the jurors can see the article.
I think that's one of the concerns.
Trump arraignment underway.
Very well be.
Indictment to be unsealed shortly.
The procedures that they've started, when they said it would happen at 2:15 and that the district attorney would do a press conference at 3:30, what they had in mind, it sounded like they thought that this would take about 75 to 90 minutes, I guess. Right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will see. A grim-faced former president, Donald Trump, there at the start of his arraignment. This was done right at the start when photographers were allowed in Part 59, after which they were, according to a prior order from the judge, asked to leave. The former president has been in there for, looks like about maybe half an hour to 40 minutes, I'd say at this point.
Here's a new photo that's making its way around from inside the courtroom. Donald Trump seated inside. You can see his lawyer, Joe Tacopina, to his left, his two other lawyers, Nicholas and Todd Blanche, on the president's right. Inside a courtroom. This is a historic photo. I can't even tell you. This is such a day. I mean, law school students, criminal defense advocates, practitioners, prosecutors, judges, anybody in the criminal legal space, this whole thing it's like dividing by zero in many ways. It's a game changer for the whole country. It's the normal rules of how the system works don't apply anymore. And there will be serious repercussions for this. And I can't believe they've done this. I can't believe they've done it. It's going to be a big problem. It's going to be a big problem. So we'll continue to check in. Now, I want that indictment. I want to see it badly.
Very interesting. Let's go to our Kevin Fry.
What's Kevin have to say?
Washington-based, but he's right here with us outside the courthouse, and I believe he spoke with another member of the New York delegation. Kevin, are you there?
Well, Errol, I didn't speak with her directly, but we are getting a new statement from one of Trump's closest ally on Capitol Hill, and the statement is not all that surprising. The shortened version is what she tweeted out. This is Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. She represents parts of upstate New York.
Okay, great. Let's
Number
grab her.
3 Republican in the House of Representatives. She tweeted that she stands with President Trump, this while he was in the courtroom herself, or at least within the Manhattan DA's office. She goes on in part of this to call it a shameful arrest. an unprecedented and chilling chapter in the left's weaponization of the justice system. And she also, at the end, says that President Trump continues to skyrocket in the polls. And just like with the Russian hoax and both impeachments, President Trump will defeat this latest witch hunt. Goes on to say that he'll win re-election. She was, of course, one of the first people to come out and say that she is going to endorse Trump for yet another run for the White House. And of course, if you've tracked Elise Stefanik's career, she went from being perceived as much more of a moderate figure on Capitol Hill. Since Trump got into office, she has really wrapped her arms around him and embraced him as the leader of the party. In fact, early on during the 2016 campaign, she didn't necessarily even want to engage with questions about Trump, just to kind of show a bit of, about her own evolution since he's been in office, really taking hold of the Republican Party. So that's one more perspective to add into the batch today. Not necessarily a surprise. One other thing about her statement that is worth hitting on here is just not only is this history in action that we're watching today with him being indicted, but this is a president that's already made history on multiple fronts on his own right, including the fact that he is the only president heretofore who has been impeached twice. Errol?
Yeah, I mean, and Kevin, to the extent that Elise Stefanik is weighing in, she certainly took her time on this, right? I mean, the whole world has been buzzing about this for a couple of weeks now.
Well, she's been out raising Cain about this indictment for some time, but this was one of the first statements that I have seen that came out immediately after he walked into the building itself. It seemed like it was timed for his arrival here at the court in Manhattan.
I see. Okay. Thanks very much, Kevin. This is going to be, as we've
got
said,
another photo
frequently
coming
this
up.
afternoon, an instance where politically everybody's going to take sides, right? The Republicans are going to line up, or we think that most of them are going to line up behind Donald
We'll
Trump.
see.
But
Doesn't
not
look
all,
like it.
right?
No, and also we should point out, President Biden, for example, wants to stay away from this. One of the
Here's another photo from inside the courtroom. It's blowing my mind looking at this. To think about the president of the United States as a defendant in a criminal court. It's crazy. And to sit there with the president as your client, I can't even wrap my head around it. But that's what we're doing here. This came in from Michael Beckloss over in DC. The defendant in court, 2023, President of the United States. Looks like it might be a Getty image. This is what they're doing. And I think this is the first inning. I don't think this is the end. They're not done and putting a bow on this one when it gets wrapped up. They want this to linger. And they want the others to come too. We'll see Georgia comes shortly. They reconvene in May. And then special counsel will reconvene. They'll try to hit him with 3 or 4 different indictments. And so we'll see more of this. And I know a lot of people are going to be outraged about this. I know I'm feeling a certain way. I know many of you are too. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But this is history in the making. That photograph is a little bit chilling, actually. It's a little bit chilling. You see the court security looming over him, looking at him down, or sort of looking down. Maybe her eyes are closed. I can't tell. We see the American flag posted up in the background. Handcuffs at the ready. Masked. With the president right there in the middle of the courtroom. What an insane thing.
In our studio right now, as well as Elizabeth Roper, a former assistant district attorney, and we are trying to sort things out as we wait for the indictment to be delivered to us. But this is, it sounds like from the early word that we're hearing, we do have some reporters in the courthouse. Not that much of a surprise, Bob Hart.
we're hearing, and it hasn't been, we haven't confirmed it yet, that there's Trump has pled not guilty to 34 felony counts, which is what we expected to hear. We haven't seen the indictment yet. We suspect that it is something to do with Stormy Daniels and the method of which she was paid to be quiet before the presidential election.
Where is it?
Also a lot
and
of
we're
thought that
waiting
Karen
for Alvin Bragg too. He should be speaking any minute now.
had a relationship with Trump, who was also paid off, not directly by Trump. That could be part of the case as well. So we're waiting to hear for the details.
Okay, and one of these issues that I guess we'll learn more about in the next hour or so, Elizabeth, is these confidential. We call it hush money. That's a term of art. But we are confirming now that he has pleaded not guilty to 34. He has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. A confidential arrangement is really just a form of a contract, right? Where you and I or anybody else can make an agreement. I won't say certain things, and if I do, I'll have to pay you back some money. I'll pay you some money in order to keep quiet and so forth. That in itself is not illegal, right?
Right. There's nothing inherently illegal about what you just described, and I think we've heard about similar arrangements in a lot of instances over the past few years. I think here, what's being reported, at least, and the sort of expectation, is that the criminal conduct relates to the way those payments were characterized in the books and records of the Trump organization.
Yeah, I can't wait to read the indictment because it struck me from the way it was being characterized, and we'll know for sure very shortly. If he just paid out of his own pocket and not had the company pay the money, it would have. There'd be no case, right?
No, there would.
It would be a different.
It would be
situation.
right.
It'd be an election. It could be potential election.
Yeah, it'd be a
law
different election case.
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
No,
And
no,
the
you just proved their
falsification of
point.
Business records, which in the commercial center here in New York is always considered a serious offense under New York law.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's one of the reasons these charges are relatively common in Manhattan DA's office prosecutions because, as you said, New York is a
All
financial
right, so
center, and a lot
they
of the
tell
West
us now that the indictment has been unsealed. Trump indictment number has been unsealed. Do we have that out? Where is it? 34 felonies, pled not guilty.
Politically, to benefit his presidential run. That's above the limit of what you could give a candidate. That's not the way you don't.
They say it's been unsealed.
Actually, you could say the McDougal payment, even though Trump had no direct or indirect connection to the payment of Karen McDougal.
Does anybody have eyes on the indictment? I'm going to try to dig it up. We saw.
Receive anything of value.
Exactly.
They still don't have it.
It basically becomes characterized, or could be characterized. It's a campaign.
The details of this case is that Michael Cohen, his former attorney, paid off Stormy Daniels with $130,000, like Bob said, way above the campaign finance limit. The tricky argument that Bragg's team will have to make in court, obviously, is that this is a federal campaign contributions, and the violation
Fox News is saying it was officially unsealed.
Guilty to and spend time in prison for were a violation of federal election law. So where do you find the violation of state election law, which is why we need the indictment to see the
Yeah, we all need to see the indictment because nobody knows what the heck is going on.
It's not something that's really been done before. So I think when people start to say that it's a dubious legal argument, they question the merits of the case. That's what they're basing that on.
The state election law, the portion that they're looking at, I believe, makes it illegal to conspire to promote the election of any candidate by unlawful means. And the idea would be this is unlawful, paying hush money to a mistress like this.
Right. I mean, and that's a real.
We've got another fun clip here. Looks like Simone Ateba, who has been discriminated against by Karine Jean-Pierre out of the White House. He raised this up with her. He said, "Hey, Karine, why are you discriminating against me? Why don't you call on me?" Of course, he's an African-American male, as you can see, and he is from Today News out of Africa, and he never gets called on by Karine because she's very racist to him. But he shared this breaking. Karine Jean-Pierre asked about this situation, about whether local DAs indicting a former president may open the door to Biden's own indictment. Great question. Let's listen to what she had to say.
To follow up on that, President Biden is a lawyer. Is he
and the president of the United States and the commander-in-chief. But go ahead.
He is, but as a lawyer, is he concerned at all that a local DA indicting a former president could down the line open up the possibility, set the precedent, that local DAs that don't like former President Biden could indict him.
I'm not going to comment from here.
Oh, come
Why
on.
don't you have more to say about the Trump
It
indictment?
is an ongoing case, and I've been very clear about that. We've been prudent about that, not commenting on ongoing cases, and we're going to stick to that.
Well, for
Peter?
better or worse, all that anybody in the country is talking about at this exact moment while we were in here is Trump. And they look here to find out what the White House thinks about it. And
Well, I think the American people should feel reassured that when there is an ongoing case like this one, that we're just not commenting.
And so, does the lack of comment mean that you do not think anything happening in New York today is one of the top issues facing the country at the moment?
That's your assessment. That's not my assessment. I'm just laying out the facts that we are just not going to comment on an ongoing case from here. And we've been very consistent. We've been very prudent, and we're going to stick there. Courtney, go ahead.
Thanks, Green. I wanted to ask you, Senator, about.
Okay, so she doesn't ever hardly answer anything, and that is not much of a surprise there either. So very good questions from Ducey. And of course, we're wondering if Joe Biden is next. We're wondering why the Republicans are not investigating them harder. Maybe they will now that this is the new playing field. Now, I was looking at this one. This one looks like it's a total mess. From our friend Savannah Hernandez. Boy, she's there on scene. And this is what the scene looks like. I'm hesitant to even play this puppy. Says, was interviewing leftist protesters regarding today's indictment. A gay man began telling me that it was good because Trump hates everyone and told people to storm the Capitol. I asked him if he ever saw the tweet in which Trump called for protesters to be peaceful that day. And this was the result. Look at this madness over here. Look at these monsters. Content warning out there. They're dropping F-bombs. I had a feeling that there was going to be some problems. So that's what the scene looks like. And Savannah Hernandez is always doing great work. Make sure you're giving her a follow. She's at Sav Says on Twitter. A great account to follow. She goes in there right into the belly of the beast. Look at these weirdos just jumping all over her. Look at this. That's pretty violent. Why can't he just let her record her videos? Why does he have to get in front of it and be so aggressive? Very strange. But these people are very strange, as we talk a lot about. All right. Now, we're still waiting for this grand jury. We're still waiting for the indictment to be unsealed, and we're waiting for Alvin Bragg to talk. Let's see what is going on.
As well as on the district attorney side, what all is going on in there.
That's what I just said.
What the procedures are, what motions may be getting made, what questions may be asked or requests made of the judge, what issues might be hashed out around the statements and the conduct of the defendant. That has certainly come up. He's made cutting sort of personal insults against the judge, against the district attorney, against the district attorney's wife. Yeah. I mean, it's really gotten pretty wild.
And the judge,
well, they do hate Trump
as well.
They
on
do.
Truth Social, the former president had tweeted out or Truth Socialed out. I'm not really sure what the verb is for Truth Social, but something about how, and I've not fact checked this, so I, perhaps shouldn't go there. But he had said that, Mershon's daughter, I believe, had been a volunteer with the Biden or Kamala campaign at some point. Therefore, saying that obviously that this is
are they biased or not?
Process and a biased judge, and we need to change a venue, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, are we going to continue to hear this rhetoric all along?
No, you're right. We can't have any defendant talk about bias in cases. It's irresponsible for Trump to talk about a biased judge, a biased court, a biased jurisdiction, a biased prosecutor, and a prosecutor whose wife is retweeting things that are sympathetic to the Trump prosecution, and kids and other things who are working for the Democrats. I mean, the whole thing is such a charade. What do they want him to shut up to? Maybe he should have just pled guilty, actually. If they had their way, Trump would have just walked in and said, gosh, you're right. I am a monster. I'm going to be winding up my campaign. I'm going to be pleading guilty. In fact, I'm going to show myself to prison. Can I have the keys, please? I'll just walk myself right in there. They don't want him to talk about any of these things. And they want him gagged. And now they're saying he's wrecking American democracy because he's complaining about the judicial system, which has already been wrecked in order to prosecute him. I feel like I'm living in bizarro world when I listen to these people. They're living in a bubble. They're just talking about the things that they want, which is the prosecution of Trump. They have no idea when you extrapolate that out to the bigger justice system, what that means for the rest of the world and the country.
Right. And then
not somebody who's going to back down from a criminal defense.
Some of those comments.
Yeah, you want a strong defense. Okay, Josh Hawley is on Twitter, says this is a travesty, which is a very good take on it. At least he's saying something. Our friend Julie Kelly has been doing great work on a lot of these stories. She posted this. If you think today is a dark day for America, just wait until Trump's motorcade winds its way through the nation's capital before arriving in the D.C. federal courthouse to face criminal charges under Biden and Lisa Monaco. Notice how she didn't say Biden Garland, because Monaco is the person running the DOJ for classified documents and for January 6th. It's coming, so just get used to it. Banana Republic, indeed. From Julie Kelly. Great follow as well. Make sure you're following her along over there. Now let's poke our attention around to some of the other news sites and see what they're saying while we're waiting for the indictment to be unsealed and released. Trump hasn't posted anything since his last, when he said heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse, seems so unreal. Wow, they're going to arrest me. Can't believe this happened in America. I feel you on that there, Trump. So we'll check in with him. Let's take a look at what Rantingly has. They usually have a nice compendium of stories for us. We've got live updates from Rantingly. Crowd is gathering. This was an interesting link. Now, when I was assembling the mind map, and of course, if you want to check out the mind map, you can come and check it out totally free. You can have a free account. Go to spotlightlawyer.com/Trump. Last night, as I was looking through this, I wanted to see who the team was from the prosecutors. In fact, you can see I assembled several of them right here. And I wanted their photos. I wanted their bios. I wanted to know a little bit more about them. And something interesting happened. I found that most of their stuff was deleted, in fact. They nuked their entire website. And I wanted to share that with you if I can find it. Here is the story over from the Post-Millennial. The Manhattan DA deleted the Meet Our Team page. And in fact, I think I'd search for that. Manhattan DA office team. Yeah, and here it is. So you can actually see this. So if you search for it, Manhattan District Attorney's Office, Meet Our Team, Alvin Bragg. It's still indexed. This is in Bing, but you could do it on Google too. You could say Meet Our Team. Click it. Guess what happens? Oh, not found. Womp, womp, womp. Why is that? Because they didn't want people like me scouring through it, assembling details on them, but we did it anyways. So we had Susan Hoffinger, who's going to be on there, along with Peter Pope. And let's see what the Post-Millennial, did they dig anything up? Yeah. Chief Assistant District Attorney Anthony Reese. Attorney Reese was on there. Meg Reese. We got to add her to the list. Reese was brought into Bragg's office in January, believes in CRT, critical race theory. She created the institute called John Jay College. Here's the bio for Meg Reese. Jordan Stockdale. Now, I didn't hear about any of those names when I was reading through some other sources. So we'll keep a look on it. I don't know how many prosecutors are on this. I imagine it is going to be a lot. But we'll continue to populate this. And so wherever you are, if you want to check it out, it's at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump. You can get access to this entire mind map, including all of these links, all of these notes, all of the letters, jury instructions, statute of limitations, all the stuff is in here. So spotlightlawyer.com/Trump if you want to check that out. But all right, We are wanting to see what C-SPAN has. They're outside.
Vehicular traffic. There are several
Back outside.
several rows of barricades, a lot of uniformed police officers, court officers, as well as NYPD, and really foot traffic is limited in this area. It's really been hard for people to meet up with their teams, to meet up with their friends, to get a camera and light batteries to each other. So I've been saying that this New York City process has been serving as a test run for any potential prosecutions or other indictments to be handed down in other jurisdictions, and those in Atlanta and those in DC looking to the NYPD, to City Hall, to see how they manage the crowds and the traffic, the news media, the protesters here. But we do understand from some news media reports that the former president has pled not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records. This is a charge that we were expecting. We knew that this indictment related to hush money payments paid by then 2016 candidate for president to adult film star Stormy Daniels. They were looking into, the grand jury was, whether this was a misclassification and whether these were de facto campaign expenses. The details of this indictment still to come, but would note that a lot of defendants at this stage of the legal proceedings do plead not guilty. There'll be months, if not years, of motions to come. Already, Donald Trump's defense attorneys are saying that they'll make a motion to dismiss. There'll be discovery unveiled. But really, for someone who's covered Donald Trump on and off for all these years, beginning with his campaign launch at Trump Tower in 2015 through the 2016 election season, where I traveled with him to swing states, and then even in the White House in 2017, to see these still images of him in the courthouse on the 15th floor of the building behind me, flanked by his attorneys. I saw Susan Necklace on one side of him and Joe Tacopina on the other.
Right there, that's Susan, that's Joe.
Boris Epstein. That is really underscores the unprecedented nature of these court proceedings. But you asked about the crowd here. Really, I've been very grateful thus far that any scuffles have been very limited. People are demonstrating in a very peaceful manner. Considering the legions of people here, I really do find that it's been calm and that people are being respectful toward each other, even if they have differing views.
That's nice. We do want people to be nice and respectful, and of course, peaceful. But Mayor Adams was saying, you guys better behave when you come down here. And there were a bunch of people down there. In fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene was down there, and I wanted to share some of what she said. Remember that Alvin Bragg is the prosecutor, but Mayor Adams said that if you come to New York, you better be peaceful. You better behave yourselves. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene was there, and this is what she said when she arrived on scene. Let's turn the volume up.
I'm sitting here peacefully protesting, but you called me out by name. While you allow crime in your streets and you send your henchmen down here to commit assault against people by making loud noises, assault against police officers who are doing their jobs, trying to remain civil, trying to prevent violence. Democrats are the party of violence. They're the party that enabled and funded and cheered for violent riots all through 2020. And they allowed cities to be burned, $2 billion worth of damage. That's the Democrat Party. But we're the party of peace. We're the party that wants to protect the lives of the unborn. We're the party of male and female, two genders only. We're the party of secure borders. We're the
They're not going to like that one.
bring peace to the world like President Trump did, not World War III like Joe Biden is doing. We're the party of economic prosperity. We're the party where every American can live the American dream. But the Democrats are the communists. Democrats are the communists.
It's true.
They're destroying America.
They can fix this, don't push.
All right, so she's out there. Now she's given her speech on the bullhorn out there, speaking out. And it's funny because there's other people who are there. In fact, this guy, you remember him, he was the guy screaming at Tom Massey, almost physically assaulting him, Jamal Bowman. He comes and he's unhappy with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here's what he says back to her.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, you need to do your freaking job, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You need to be in New York talking that nonsense. Go Go back to your district. You're not. What are you doing here? You're here for politics. You're here because you want to be VP. You're here for your own fundraising. You're here for your own nonsense.
Yeah, you're not there for your own fundraising or your own nonsense. You're there because this is your Super Bowl. You're a representative from New York. You guys have been pushing for this for a long time. I don't know what your relationship is with Alvin Bragg or Tish James or other people in New York, but this is the prosecution of the country's former president. This is the prosecution, New York, of the country's leading Republican presidential candidate. And debates are right around the corner. So you don't get to just do things in your own state without any repercussions. It's not just a matter of New York law and you're just going to prosecute him and you're going to right the wrongs that were done in New York and you're going to make sure that nobody in New York can ever falsify business records because nobody's above the law, right? They can keep rubbing themselves over this delusion that they have. It's weird, but this is much bigger than that. We're allowed to be upset when you're trying to eliminate one of our political options from us, doing it on the back of a partisan prosecution. Now, we're getting close to the time when Alvin Bragg is supposed to be speaking in about 30 minutes, and CBS says they'll have coverage of that. C-SPAN says they'll have coverage of that. We're still looking for the unsealed indictment, because that is going to give us a ton of insight. But it is not out yet. And so let's see what C-SPAN has for us while we continue to wait.
But how can you not want to hear from the former president of the United States after he's been charged with 34 felonies?
We are going to hear from him.
You know, in defense of the media coverage on this front, it's a natural. This is history in the making.
Of course it is,
He's broken so many norms. He's made so much history. You know, Andrew Johnson was impeached once. Bill Clinton was impeached once. Well, Donald Trump was impeached twice. I mean, it's all over the top, including what we're seeing today.
No, that's exactly right. And, you know, certainly, look, for a lot of viewers, I mean, once in a while, I'll engage with people on social media and I tell them, look, when there's rolling coverage of this kind, which happens after, you know, floods and fires and other kinds of natural disasters, you know, turn it down and just leave it on. And, you know, we'll update you from time to time. You know, we're not playing any games here or trying to spice it up or trying
to, just tell us, just listen to
beyond
us.
what
We'll
a
tell you
reasonable person
everything
might want
that
to
you
devote
need
to
to
something
know.
like this. On the other hand, we're also not going to hide from you that history is happening right in front of us and it's consequential. And, you know, there's a lot of analysis. We bring in legal experts to help us understand what we're seeing and why. And there's been some talk, Elizabeth Roper, that this could start a precedent. That
it will.
We could end up with former presidents routinely. There he is. Let's take a look. Stepping outside of the courthouse, outside of the courtroom.
One of the delays, apparently, why we haven't heard exactly what happened in the courtroom is the reporters haven't been allowed to leave until Secret Service clears the room. So that's why there was a delay. Some reporters who were in the overflow room were allowed to leave early, and that's why we're getting dribs and drabs of this.
And the reverse of what we saw when he went into the courtroom, court officers surrounded him. Leaving the courtroom now, going back into the DA's office, that's the DA's office, Secret Service surrounded him, taking control once again, now that he has been officially indicted. You know, he was arrested, indicted, they walked him in, but now he's leaving with Secret Service.
Sure, he's pleaded, and if this were a normal proceeding, you would just head for the elevator and leave, right? He's just got a slightly more complicated route to get out of the building, but he has presumably heard the charges read against him, been read his rights, been processed, entered a plea, and can now leave.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where we are right now.
And unfortunately, in big cases like this, and I've covered many of them, the reporters inside, they'll still keep us locked in until that person leaves the building and is out of there, because they don't want us chasing them down the elevators. But, you know, there are plenty of cameras outside.
We got folks waiting for him. That's not a problem.
But I assume he's going to probably head out of this building the same way he came in, which is through the back and get in his motorcade and potentially head to LaGuardia.
Yes. I mean, you know, how many times we've done stories in there where you have to really sort of think it through. I remember covering, cases there where you have to make sure you have
another interesting post from our friend Amuse over on Twitter. If you're not following Amuse on Twitter, he does a great job every day. One of the best Twitterers on Twitter is Amuse, at Amuse, AMUSE, and he has a great thread on the Trump arrest. He's been covering it all day. Says they deleted the meet the team. Looks like we got a picture of Trump's motorcade. Is that true? Or what's going on here?
The tent over that area. He could have pulled up to a tent, walked in. You never saw.
See some activity. There's people moving in and out of the cars.
You don't see defendants coming from Rikers walking on the street. The bus pulls into a gate, into a garage, into the courthouse.
All right. So we'll keep our eye on that and see if there's going to be any movement. Still waiting for the indictment. We're still trying to figure out what happened there. Are there release conditions? Is there a gag order? When is the next court date? Were there any motions filed? What the heck happened, man? So the Trump arrest watch, there's the official photo. And Amuse had a very interesting post. He said this judge well, we got some action here. Are they leaving?
Maybe an ambulance can't get through, or a fire truck. They're moving out. They're rolling out now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we don't know, Dean, whose decision it was to walk out without a 10. I mean, we knew from the get-go that the former president wanted to capitalize on this. His team has already sent out a fundraising email with a fake mugshot.
Somebody needs to tell this lady he's being prosecuted.
They claim to have raised $7 million based upon this. They put out
You're mad at him for taking advantage of being prosecuted?
That tweet on Truth Social however many weeks ago, starting this whole frenzy, saying that he was going to be arrested in a few days, which turned out not to be accurate.
It was accurate.
He got out of there pretty quick. We didn't even see him.
It was like a week later.
I think
he
I
must
saw
have
him.
taken a back elevator.
It was a Tuesday.
Well, remember, they turned the cars around.
Yeah.
So it's the reverse now.
We didn't see him.
Yeah, he's going out the reverse, up a one-way street. They're going up a one-way street past the federal courthouse.
We didn't even see him get in it.
It's interesting to look at the crowd to see how much of it is media, how much of it is spectators, and how much of it is Trump supporters. Like you look at that crowd that was assembled, what was probably Center Street there.
It's mostly lefty
You don't see a lot of
Democrat
people with Trump
journos who
flags
are
and Trump hats.
salivating
It
over
kind of
this.
just looks like normal New Yorkers who want to witness this history.
Yeah, some of them are pushed way back into the park. We were told so that our cameras are allowed up front. And at Shannon Ferry, I think earlier, kind of said that you needed to have your media pass or a special pass even to get close to the courthouse.
Right.
So,
and you know, one other part of the security arrangements is that there might be pro and anti-Trump demonstrators who wanted to get at each other.
Yeah, and probably a bunch of FBI agents too. Probably a bunch of feds in there too. So good question. How many journos? How many feds? How many Trumpers? How many Democrats? How many Antifa? I don't know. But probably mostly feds and journos, if I had to guess. I think Trump supporters are probably wise by now. You don't show up in a blue state and even get close to feds. They'll arrest you even if you look at them wrong. Oh, a wind blew. It's a breezy day out here. Insurrection. So Amuse, our friend on Twitter, posted this, says, Trump judge, Colombian immigrant named Juan Mercan, is a prolific Democrat donor, according to FEC. Also has made additional contributions to Biden. He earmarked donations to a group also called Stop Republicans. And this is interesting. It's only a $10 dono, but it's from him. $10 dono, employer, New York's State Office of the Courts. It looks like we're waiting for Alvin Bragg to come out.
It would make the most amount of sense if
They're tuning in over to Alvin Bragg, which will be good.
Indictment prior to that, so that the questions will be.
Now he donated $10 July 27, 2020. It's earmarked for Stop Republicans. So he's going to be the judge. Perfect. Waiting for Alvin Bragg.
Entirety. For non-New Yorkers.
You can preview this speech. Today is a solemn day in our democracy, but nobody's above the law. We had no choice. New York stands true to our justice. We're not going to comment on this case. We're going to speak through our filings.
Or they could continue
all of
on
it
and
coming
go
up.
Straight to LaGuardia Airport, where he will be flying back to Florida from this evening, we believe. Kevin Fry is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Kevin, are folks aware that the president has left? Did you get to see that?
They are very much aware. We are at the intersection where he actually departed. This is the back entrance to the DA's office. And as we kind of predicted earlier, when they started moving the vehicles and turning them around after arriving earlier, they indeed came the same way, or left the same way that they came in, making the left-hand turn behind me and heading up toward FDR Drive. They are now starting to reopen the areas around here. A lot of this was cartoned off in some sense, and you're seeing the public now starting to mill about. And actually, I'm now more the fascination for photographers than the motorcade was just a moment ago.
An actual camera and an actual live shot. I heard, not necessarily during your hits, Kevin, some of the kind of talk you occasionally hear in Trump-related events, people complaining about the media. Was that one of the themes that you picked up there?
Sir.
No, not
No.
necessarily where we were.
Yeah, there's not even any
set the
Trump
scene in a
supporters
couple
out
different
there.
respects.
I mean, it's a
We were
handful.
pretty well
It's
removed
mostly
from where
media
the
and feds.
protesting was. That was about a block away and around the corner, closer to where Emily's location is. This has been more of members of the public, people coming down with some degree of fascination. We've seen a few signs, mainly in this scenario, because it seems a lot of them were locals. A lot of them with signs saying essentially "lock him up." If you don't want to pay the if you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. That sort of argument. At the same time, we did see down here in Lower Manhattan some kind of fascinating vehicles driving around. There was a kind of stretched vehicle with a little presidential emblem on it that looks somewhat like the presidential beast that the president typically rides in. That was circulating around the court, as well as a vehicle with a bunch of pro-Trump flags that was also driving around. So that has been
All right,
kind of
we're
part of
waiting
the
for Alvin
environment.
Bragg. We're
down
waiting
here.
for the indictment to be released.
That did catch some people off guard, a little confusion for members of the public who were like, who thought it might be Trump that was arriving at that point.
Interesting. And now, Kevin, we are waiting for the Manhattan District Attorney to begin his press conference. The timing of all of this, the anticipated timing, is really considerably longer than we expected. Was that perceptible from where you were out in front of the courthouse?
I mean, there was a great deal of buildup out here, which arguably Trump is kind of getting what he wanted in some sense, which is become a spectacle down in Midtown Manhattan, or Lower Manhattan, rather, with people standing around waiting, anticipating that when he will arrive and then when he would ultimately depart. In general, I think everyone was just a little bit confused as to what we were waiting for and what the timeline was. So I'm not sure that people were anxiously frustrated that it might have been drawn out, but there certainly was a sense of anticipation as to when he would actually emerge and leave.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Kevin Fry, coming to us from outside the courthouse where the former president was arrested, arraigned, and has now departed and is on his way to either Trump Tower or indeed onto LaGuardia Airport, where he's expected to depart back to Florida tonight. I'm here in our...
And he should be giving a speech later tonight at, I think, about 8:15 Mar-a-Lago time. I saw this on Twitter. Now, this fella, his name is Nayib Bukele, and he is the president of El Salvador. And he's a very interesting guy, right? He's doing some interesting things with crime. Some people are calling him a little bit of a, dictator, tyrant person. Not so sure about that. But he is changing El Salvador very rapidly, cleaning it up, so to speak. And he is making waves, I think, on the world stage. He's actually named Bitcoin as a parallel currency in El Salvador, along with the US dollar. Point is, this is what he posted. Now, he's the leader of a country that is sort of coming up in Central America, and he's posting this. Remember how Biden and the Democrats told us that the world would look at us now as adults in the room now that Trump's gone. Joe Biden's back in charge. Finally, things are going to get back on track. Meanwhile, we are now in a situation in this country where we are prosecuting our leading political contenders. And Nayib says this. He says, think about what you want. Says this. Think what you want about former President Trump and the reason he's being indicted. Pick whatever you want. Like him, hate him. Stormy's important, Stormy's not important, whatever. But just imagine if this happened in any other country where a government arrested the main opposition candidate. The United States' ability to use democracy, in quotes, because that word has become a joke now, as foreign policy is gone. The ability to use democracy as foreign policy is gone because we're arresting our own opposition leaders in this country. The rest of the world is seeing this and noticing it. They're wondering what the hell is going on in America. It was supposed to be a place where the people got to participate, where we had what's called a liberty dividend, where we had some benefits of being an American that were tied to liberty, like free speech and due process and equal protection of the law. And we don't undermine our justice systems and the gears of our democratic republic. All of that has been eviscerated. And it's not just here today. It's also with COVID and how everybody bent over backwards to eviscerate our liberties then. And the snowball continues to roll downhill. And here we are. And it is not getting any better. And as I said earlier, things go slow and then they go very fast. We're not paying much attention to it. We're kind of like the frogs in the boiling pot for a while. And then all of a sudden, things happen very quickly. And this timeline details that. When the Bolsheviks took over in Russia, it wasn't out of nowhere. It had been building for a long time. Lenin was around all throughout the early 1900s. There was a revolution of 1905. World War I begins, 1914. The Tsar abdicates. His family's executed. They're not indicted. They're executed. This entire family was executed by the Bolsheviks. The Tsars, everybody, young kids, wife, children, everybody gone. And so it builds, it builds, it builds. We have this long history of building and consolidating. And then we go through an era of turmoil. You might call it COVID. You might call it this current world war we're about to embark upon. But the COVID war begins, or the world war begins, World War III, Russia, Ukraine, China. And then it happens fast. In a very quick couple months, February, March, April. What month are we in? During 1918, the Bolshevik Revolution takes over. Lenin takes power for a certain period of time before he dies suddenly. And Joseph Stalin takes over. It happens very slowly, then it happens very quickly. It's just a matter of a couple months. I think we can expect perhaps a Trump indictment out of Georgia summer this year, and then another indictment from the feds later this year. This is what they're attempting to do. It's going to be very slow. The years of this CRT stuff, the years of this pronoun stuff, the years of this deconstruction of all of the institutions of our society, the weaponization of the government, the acceptance of limiting and censoring people, the acclimation to being locked down in our homes, to accepting mandates, to not fighting over anything, to okay, that's fine. It's all a warm-up, and then it happens fast. And we're going to see a bunch of indictments, I think, all against Donald Trump, and they're going to try to use this to delegitimize the oppositional party, just like the Bolsheviks did when they were seizing their power. So be prepared for that, my friends. It is something that feels like we are in the middle of right now, and we'll continue to stay connected and push back against all of this attempted takeover activity. But Naib is exactly right. This is happening, and the idea that this is democracy is laughable. Now, we're waiting for Alvin Bragg, who apparently is late. CBS News is also monitoring this one closely. They're waiting for him to take to the podium. C-SPAN is doing the same thing. Let's see what they say.
Who are blocking our view, I think primarily to prevent anyone from leaving the aisle and trying to disrupt the proceedings in some way. They were also keeping a close eye on reporters in the room because we were not allowed to use any electronics. So they wanted to make sure nobody had their cell phone out or anything else where they could communicate outside of the courtroom. But what we heard inside was the prosecutors describing the details of the indictment, describing the crime that President Trump had been accused of. And then, of course, at one point, President Trump was asked to enter his plea, and he pled not guilty to those 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, the court proceeding went on for quite a while. It was about 50 minutes, and we heard a number of issues raised, including prosecutors raising the issue of all the public statements that Trump has made in recent days, where he was basically inciting violence, warning of death and destruction, making statements attacking the judge in the case, the DA, Alvin Bragg. So prosecutors expressed concern about this. They did not specifically request a gag order, but they raised the issue. They actually handed to the court printed out copies of some of Donald Trump's social media posts. And then the judge responded.
That'll come later.
Sounded very reluctant to impose a gag order. He said that is really the, trying to find the exact wording here. It basically said that was the most imposing infraction on First Amendment rights. And so he did not impose a gag order, but what he basically did was warn Trump's legal team. He said that they need to speak to their client and remind him to refrain from making these public statements that are likely to incite violence or civil unrest.
Oh, gosh.
He said, if I'm handed something like this again, meaning handed those social media posts, then in the future, he might have to take a closer look at things. So in essence, the judge was sort of wagging his finger at Donald Trump, saying, you got to cut it out, but really no gag order or no actual court order accompanying that warning that he gave to Donald
It'll
Trump.
come later.
Other issues that were raised, Donald Trump, now goes through the process of discovery, where all the evidence in the case is handed over to the defense. And prosecutors here are concerned that Donald Trump is going to take that material and go public with it all. So they requested that there be
Hey, Bobby, hang on a second. The defense attorneys are speaking. We're going to go to that live. Listen in with us.
Someone else put a picture of the district attorney next to him and in an article posted that. That's not his article, it's not his photo.
Wasn't that on Truth Social? Not using language that incites.
Guys, here's what we're going to talk about today. Here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the insufficiency of this case. And I will say this to you. Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country. Because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either. And if this man's name was not Donald J. Trump, there is no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
It's true.
What are we going to get from him tonight when he speaks?
When?
Tonight.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
What are we going to get?
What? I don't know. You'll hear it.
You should tune in and you'll
You
hear
think we know?
Can you January? Did you think that was realistic?
No.
Can you guys talk about, there's a lot of speculation about the unity among the defense attorneys.
Look at this.
There's
Look
a
at
lot
us.
Of, is that
Look
why
at
you
us.
chose
Look.
to do this?
To come out together?
Yeah.
We chose to come out together so we could speak with one voice, but there is no disunity here. That's gossip and it's nonsense.
Right
We've
on.
been working together and we will be working together.
And this, to me, quite frankly, is the best team I've ever worked with, the lawyers. I'm honored to be working with these guys. It's a family, it's a team, and we have one mission, and we'll achieve that mission.
What's your next move?
I mean, I'm going to go home and have some food. What about the change of venue stuff? When do we? I mean, we're going to start fighting the case. I didn't mean to be flippant with you. When do you start filing motions? I'm assuming one of the first things you're going to do. The judge set a motion schedule to dismiss. I assume that'll be something. The judge set a motion schedule that requires motion files in 4 months. So that's when we'll be filing motions. This whole notion about how this is sort of like a novel, or do you? It's not a notion. It's actually a fact. It's but talk about that. But like, there's nothing else to say except the district attorney. This office has existed for decades and decades, and you can find one if you'd like. You'll never see a charge like this ever.
You understand
this case?
You understand this? As simple as this: a state prosecutor is prosecuting a federal election law violation that doesn't exist according to federal election law officials. It's as simple as that. You could sum it all up like that.
Will there be anything else in your motion to dismiss?
That we haven't even come
What about
close
the
to
change of venue? There's all this talk. Can someone address that now? The defendant could potentially post discovery on social media. Will you commit that your client will do that?
That won't happen. And more than us committing. He's committed. We're not here playing a winning
change
case.
of venue? A lot.
Posting on social media, given him.
We're not having any discussion about what we told her.
What about the change of venue? Just answer this question about the change of venue. There's a lot of.
It's premature.
Right.
Premature.
So why is he talking about that? Why is he trying to move this to a place like Staten Island?
Once again, we're 3 lawyers here to litigate and fight this case. We're not PR consultants. We're not social media consultants. Donald Trump has made one hell of a brand and became president of the United States with his social media and posts and everything else, his messages. We are here to talk about the case and litigate cases. We can't address what he posts or what he wants to post or it posts.
But as his attorneys, have you told him to stop posting this rhetoric?
So
these
what I said
messages about the
before,
judge?
we can't. Literally, we can't tell you
Yeah.
what we've discussed.
Stop
Like I
asking
said,
that
Are
question.
you concerned that he's continuing to
Not
go
concerned
after
at
the
all.
judge, talking about the judge's wife, talking about the family? I mean, are you? I mean,
I don't think
any
the judge
other
was concerned about it.
Yeah, but any other defendant, wouldn't you be like?
Any other
"You
defendant
stop."
wouldn't be here
He's not
today.
going after the judge. He is not going after the judge. He commented that he thought that there were some issues that may cause a conflict. That's not going after the judge. He is not threatening the judge. He is not going after the
Right,
judge.
he's going after the
He has
DA.
said that the DA, he is angry because the DA has brought a case that is unjustified. And so I'm not going to comment on it. You may disagree with the way he spoke,
Can
but
you
he
talk
is
about the
angry.
process? Was he fingerprinted? Was there a
I'm not going to
mugshot?
talk about it.
Was there a
In fact,
mugshot?
I think thank you for
What
your
about
attention.
fingerprint?
But we're going to move on.
Thank you.
What is his message to the supporters? Thank you very much, Counselor.
Okay, good. I like that. Short and sweet.
The barricade on my foot.
Let Trump handle the media.
I mean,
Trump will
this
deal with the
really
media
is like
tonight. He can deal with the media.
classic New York courtroom behavior that we've all seen covering other.
Okay, this is going to be an interesting dynamic here because we've got Donald Trump who has to run an election, right? He's got to run and win, and he really needs to win because he's going to be indicted a couple more times. And then that is going to be a good opportunity to right this ship and correct course finally once and for all. But up until that moment, his lawyers are being pulled in a couple different directions. On the one hand, yeah, they really would love him to shut up. Okay, they can't say that there while they're standing outside the courtroom. But yes, 100%, they do not want him to speak. They do not want him to talk because it is going to make their job harder. And if there is a gag order or something like that, I think that also hurts the campaign, or maybe not. Maybe it helps the campaign. You know, here's the problem. Stuff that is bad for Trump in the criminal court might be good in the election, right? So Trump has to sort of balance both sides of this. In a perfect world, the defense attorneys would have total control over their client. They wouldn't be running for re-election. They just sit down, shut up. Don't anger the judge. Don't anger the prosecutor. They're not out to get you, right? It's just a regular generic case. You know, they see 1,000 DUIs every year. You're a DUI case. Don't speak out. Don't stand up. Don't be the shiny object in the room. Just keep your head down. Let's get through this process. I've helped thousands of people do that. And the person who is really loud, the person who's really animated and stands out, it's the yellow crayon in the box. Everybody goes, oh, prosecutors focus on that. Everybody, it sort of makes the spotlight shine on that case a little bit more brightly. And judges don't like that. Prosecutors don't like that, especially if you're going to be condemning them and criticizing them. But this is not fair. They have instituted a weaponized political prosecution. They get to use the justice system and the criminal law in order to make their political points and score their political dings. But Trump can't respond to it. It's tying his hands. And it is not appropriate. Now, at some point, right, his lawyers may have to have that argument. My guess is that Trump does keep talking and the judge eventually gets to the point where he has to say, you're gagged. Then it goes up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court gets involved. We're going to see what they do. Why is it probably going to go that way? Because this is Donald Trump, and these situations typically involve going down a path that leads to the most energy. Getting the Supreme Court involved in a First Amendment issue with Donald Trump, who's simultaneously campaigning to be the most powerful chief executive in the country, who already was the most powerful chief executive in the country. Then he can't speak because some New York state level, low level judge decided he couldn't. It's going to implicate all sorts of problems, which is why we don't go down this road. But they have started it. And here we are. So Trump is still making his way back, looks like maybe to the airport, going to be flying back over to Mar-a-Lago for a speech. We are waiting for the press briefing from Alvin Bragg, which for some reason is still taking a while to get to. Jim Jordan posted this on Twitter, making the same point that we just heard from Joe Tacopino, Trump's lawyer. Says this indictment wouldn't happen if Trump didn't run for office. Interesting point. If Trump didn't run, would they have done this? Well, he wasn't running and he wasn't indicted. And a lot of people turned that situation down. They weren't going to prosecute him. Then he ran, and now he's being prosecuted. Very, very interesting from Jim Jordan. Now, we're still waiting for Alvin Bragg. We do have the indictment open. I know we're chomping at the bit to go through it, but I didn't want to jump into it if Alvin was going to talk, and he's late. Let's see where Alvin Bragg is before we jump into the indictment. We don't see him here.
It's a banana republic.
It is.
The opposition party is going after the other opposition party and they're fighting. Or you could say, no one's above the law. This is the whole idea of the United States, that we're not going to look the other way.
Are you going to prosecute Bill and Hillary? Are you going to prosecute
that everyone has to pay the
Biden?
price. So there's definitely two different ways to look at this. And
you're going to prosecute Hillary for the Steele dossier or for her servers?
To me is that Donald Trump didn't have to announce he was running for president so early. So that was a game plan of his to announce so early that he wants to run in the 2024 election. So he was hoping.
Yeah, so it's his fault.
The experts I've spoken with.
Oh, I get it. This is all part of Trump's four-dimensional chess. He actually wanted this to happen because he knew that if he paid that thing in 2015, then all this was going to happen and he was going to get reelected in a landslide in 2024. And he knew this is all part of him trying to exploit this for his own personal gain.
And pardon him. By the way, Joe Biden can't do that even if he wanted to, because this is not a federal crime. The president cannot pardon you here. So people calling on Joe Biden to do something, even if he wanted to take the Gerald Ford moment, he can't.
It would have to be Governor Hochul.
Governor Hochul could be Gerald Ford here. Now, that would be a story.
Yeah, that's not likely. I saw some speculation about that on social media, and that's about the least likely thing to happen.
And it also the question is, could a governor, which was Gerald Ford grappled with this, pre-pardon you, ahead of time? I guess now that you've been charged, you could be pardoned.
Where is Alvin Bragg?
Is pretty broad,
right, now
and relatively, immune from review. But it normally is reserved for cases where someone has paid a price, and we don't even know if that's possible or likely here.
He's still not out.
Moving through Queens there, Errol.
They were expecting him at 3:30, and obviously we're way past that. There's Trump.
Nervous about traffic in New York City, but they should be arriving. If he's leaving from LaGuardia,
straight shot to the airport
momentarily.
Yep, they're on the Grand Central Parkway. They will be there. They've got a straight shot, and then wheels up, and he'll be in Mar-a-Lago in a few hours. At which time he's expected to hold a campaign rally that we will bring to our viewers in its entirety when it happens. Let's go back to Emily No, who is outside the courthouse there. Emily, what's the status there? Have people decided the show's over for now, or are they still there?
People have, for the most part, decided that the show's over. Some of the metal barricades are being moved. The crowd that was awaiting.
Yes, I do have the indictment open. I apologize if I misspoke. I do have it. It's right here.
Reopened it to.
I was just waiting to go through it because I thought we were going to get Alvin Bragg. But thank you very much, Debbie. Thank you for sending that, and thank you for looking it up.
I did see what could have amounted.
I see the chat. Thank you for digging that out for me. Ill Wars, thank you too. We'll go through it here in a minute. I didn't want to get into it and have Alvin Bragg come in and interrupt us. But we may just get into it right now.
into Trump's defense attorneys taking questions from reporters outside the courthouse just now. And I did want to note something.
Yeah, it's like OJ
be an interesting
for
dynamic,
playing hooky.
is those
Yeah, it has
attorneys
that
at,
feel, doesn't it?
The former president's social media posts, and they made it a point to say
Except
that
Trump's
they're not
innocent.
his PR experts, that they are his legal attorneys. And I do wonder if as much as Trump has lost control of the narrative, as Juan Manuel said, some of his language, either in his primetime remarks tonight from Mar-a-Lago, Florida, or in what we expect to be the many social media posts and fundraising solicitations to come, will ultimately cause him trouble as this legal process plays out. Another interesting thing, in my opinion, to note is some of the language in this indictment, as well as the press release from Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office that accompanied it.
All right, we'll go read through it now. I guess I don't know what Alvin's doing. We'll start reading the indictment. I guarantee he comes out. So let's start it, shall we? Because she's talking about it, and I can't wait. I want to see what is in this puppy. And if Alvin Bragg comes out, we'll jip into it. The indictment of Donald Trump, former president, potential and likely current next president, indicted Donald Trump, the people of the state of New York versus Donald Trump. They tell us the grand jury of the county of New York, by this indictment, accuses the defendant of the crime falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, we're already familiar with that. That's the same charge we were speculating it was going to be. That is the exact charge on the mind map, which you can get at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump if you'd like to take a look at this. But this is where the actual law is. We already speculated this was going to be it. There it is, 175.10. Let's go back to the indictment. They say the defendant in the county of New York on or about Feb 14th, Valentine's Day, 2017, with the intent to defraud and conceal commission of the crime, made and caused a false entry, which is the one we thought, to wit, an invoice from Michael Cohen dated Feb 14, 2017, marked as a record of the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust and maintained by the Trump Organization. So it's some sort of a record. An invoice is the record from 2017. Now, we have a question about that because we know the felony statute of limitations is 5 years. So what are they doing? How are they getting this beyond that? That's count one. Count two, another falsifying of this record. Here, same date. This is what we were looking for. So is it going to be the same date of offense, just different documents? A detailed general ledger for the trust with a voucher. So we've got an invoice here. Then we've got a voucher here. Then we've got third count, a ledger. Okay, same date, same law, 175.10 in all of these. So we've got an invoice, a voucher, we have a ledger. It's going to be the same, I think, all the way through, just different documents. A check stub, okay, same date. Then we also have another fifth count, 175.10, another invoice. This one's a little bit of a different date. Okay, so this is all on the first date, February 17th, and this is a stub. And so those are all on one particular date. Then we have a second date, March 16th, on or about March 16th through the 17th. Another record. Okay, this is when it happened. Dated the 16th, transmitted on the 16th a month later. So this is another invoice, but a different date. So we'll keep tabs on that. Another detailed ledger, same dates, 17th. Seventh count. Uh-oh. We got to get back started on locals. We ran out of time over there. Quick pause. While we get this started. On locals, and boom, we're back in business. So for the 7th count, we also have a false entry, a check and a check stub from the Trump revocable trust. So this is a different date, March 17th, although same date, and they're saying March 16th through the 17th. So we've got a ledger here with a different date. Then we have a check with the same date. 8th count, another invoice with other dates. Okay, so we have other dates. So we'll have to start piecing these together. Another false business record. Don't know what that is. 9th count. These are all literally the same charge. 175. We've got another different date here. So we'll have to start assembling these dates into a timeline and check number. So I'll work on that after this is over here. But 175.10, another date, May 22nd, May 22nd. This one is going to be another invoice. So I think what they're probably doing is they're saying that Trump made a bunch of different payments on different dates, right? These are all a series of payments that were made. So let's say, you know, you go buy a car, right? You buy a real nice car, it's $100,000 or whatever, and you want to finance it over a certain period of time. And so you're going to be paying a monthly amount, you know, $5,000 a month over a certain period of time. This is not, they're saying Trump didn't pay for the full 100,000 or the full 130,000. These are all just separate payments, right? This is another payment. So he maybe spent another 20,000 here, another 20,000 here, another 20,000 here. There's invoices, there's payments, there's checks, there's check stubs. So you can basically follow the sequence here, right? You can follow it along. We'll follow the bouncing ball. So for example, you can even visualize how the process works, okay? Michael Cohen sends an invoice. I need to get paid for my services. He sends an invoice. There's a voucher that is paid over to him. It's recorded in a ledger. Here's some money. Go get this money. It's the money's recorded in a ledger. A check is drafted, right? There's a check that comes out. This is all for one payment. Invoice, voucher. It's recorded in a ledger. The ledger is then somebody pays it, right? A check is cut. There's a check stub, and boom, that's the first payment. That's the February 14th payment. So it's kind of those four charges, those four pieces of paper: an invoice, a voucher, a ledger, a stub, all on one date. That's one payment. 4 separate felonies for that. Okay? 4 separate felonies for that process. And you've gone through this process. Somebody sends you an invoice. You say, I better write him a check. You write him a check. You record it. And then they cash the check and check stub. 4 of them for one payment. Then they're going to take that template and just redo it. Okay, same thing here. Another invoice comes out. See how this works? Another invoice is recorded in the ledger. Then they cut a check. Then the check goes out, and we've got a check stub. This one didn't have the voucher. This one just had 3. Then we have another sequence. An invoice goes out from Michael Cohen. He wants to get paid again on April 13th. It's recorded in the ledger, another felony, writing that down. Okay, and having Michael Cohen send an invoice, they're saying Trump caused that. Trump caused a false entry, which in this case is an invoice from Michael Cohen. He caused that to happen. Michael Cohen sent him an invoice for this. Trump gets charged with a felony. See how that works? Every time Cohen sends Trump an invoice, felony. Felony. They're charging him with that because they're saying Trump caused it to happen. We have a 9th count now. So now we're on an April 13th payment. So you can just say, okay, it's the same format. So this is just April now, right? It looks like it's about once a month. So we got through the April payments. We'll go through the April payments. The March payments are all here. And then we had the February payments. Okay, so March starts here, and then February is above that. So they're just going to go through the full year until the payments are made in full. This is justice in America. Can you believe this? It's crazy. It's like, how many invoices have you sent out? How many invoices have you paid? Every single one of those is a felony. 11th count, May 22nd. So, of course, we've just done in April. We just finished April. So let's see when the next payment was. This one's from June. Anything different here? No, this is another ledger entry. And then there's another check stub. So here, actually, it's just the ledger entry. We don't even have an invoice or a check stub. It's just a ledger entry. So I'm wondering what they missed on that one. So 9th count, June 19th. This is another June 19th. Just this, we have a check stub, right? So we have a check on this one, but there's only 2 here. Yeah, and this one's a little bit out of order, so I'm curious about this. So this is the June payment, and we have a ledger and a check for that one. Then we go back in time a little bit. Now we go backwards to May. Wondering why they put them out of order. Count 11 is now an invoice. Okay, maybe that's why. This is the invoice for the June payment, maybe. 12th count, false entry in the general ledger. That's the May. There it is. So we have a May payment. We have a check stub also in May. Yeah, this is weird. You see how they separated this out? Like, why did they split this up? So we have the June payments up here on page 16, on page 5 of 16. Then we go into May. May, we get the invoice here. And then we get the ledger. So we got a May ledger, we got a May invoice, and then we've got a June check and a June ledger. All right, we're going to keep tabs of all these. Count 14, false record here was another invoice. So we have a June invoice. You see, it's the same pattern. I was looking to see if there's anything new. No, it's not. It's invoices, ledgers, and checks. That's all. For different monthly payments. Invoice, ledger, and checks. That's it. So every time you hear them talking about 34 felonies, they're just 4 parts of a payment times the payments over the year. 16th count, June 19th, we have another date, a check and a check stub. We've got July now, so that's the end of June. So we'll call this June. Then we fast forward to July, same thing. Cohen sends an invoice. Then Cohen causes a ledger. There's a ledger, invoice, ledger. We're going to have a check and a check stub July. That's another payment. Very easy. Nothing different there. We go to August. It's going to be another payment. Same process. Invoice, ledger, and check stub, right? There it is. There's a check stub. So the August payment. Same thing. What are we going to see here? Oh, there it is. Not a surprise. An invoice for September. We'll see a ledger for the Trump organization, and we'll see a check. There it is. Invoice, recorded, bill. September, 3 felonies. 3 felonies for that one. 26 count. An invoice, same thing, very boring. Ledger and check. Invoice, ledger, and check. Let's try it again. Play along at home. Is it going to happen? Are we going to follow the same pattern in November? Invoice, ledger, and check. 3 more felonies. Fast forward to December. False entry was an invoice, a ledger, and a check. You see this? These people, this is the crime. It's multiple payments, all saying this is 34 felonies in total, bearing check number 0306, signed off on by Alvin Bragg, district attorney. Now, falsifying business records in the first degree, 175.10, 34 counts. And what's curious in this, the whole thing that we just read through, is that this is really the only language that we're getting about what would extend potentially the statute of limitations. I mean, this case is as weak as we thought. This case is so pathetic, it's embarrassing. They're fluffing up the charges. They've got all these ledger entries. It's invoice, ledger, check. Those are the felonies. That's it. That's all they've got here. It's a bunch of documents. And each one of these with the intent to commit another crime. Okay, every single one of these, intent to commit another crime, intent to commit another crime, intent to commit another crime. They're going to have to prove that from Donald Trump. And that's where all of these other cases have failed. This is such a weak and pathetic indictment. It's pretty embarrassing, but it's not even a surprise coming out of New York and Alvin Bragg's office. Probably consulted with Tishy Latish James. And it's actually kind of sloppy. I think it's out of order. I don't even know why they did it out of order like this. Why did they put the May dates? Why did they put the June dates before the May dates? They should have just gone in order. But, you know, it's complicated work for them over there. So this is the indictment against Donald Trump. Actually, even less serious than I thought. Honestly, it's a joke. It's nothing new. It's a bunch of business records. It's a bunch of spreadsheet rows. And there's no evidence in here about what Trump's intent was. What is the defrauding or the intent? And what's the justification for extending this past the statute of limitations as well? I don't know. Oh boy, Alvin's here. Good timing, Alvin. Turn his audio on. Turn that mic on, dang it. Okay, flip the switch. Come on, guys.
Clearly have some audio issues here. We're going to bring this to you as soon as we resolve those issues.
We're going over here.
Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime.
What was the other crime?
That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
Should have put that on a bingo card.
The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months.
He's allowed to pay his lawyer for stuff.
The grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records.
That's
one of the three people that they paid,
David Pecker,
to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public.
That's the intent?
The participant
That's
scheme
the crime?
was illegal.
That's the crime.
The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen.
They're going to have a tough time with that.
He did not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described and that which was charged by the grand jury is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure.
Yeah, definitely.
They
Especially
are all
Stormy
the
Daniels.
more important in Manhattan,
Yeah.
the financial center of the world.
But yeah, okay.
That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime.
Yeah, financial crimes, very
My
important
office,
to
including
New
the
York.
talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has
$130,000.
charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
Yeah, of course you are. Questions, why now? Is this political?
We conducted a thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do, at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for 24 years and am no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation
for years,
the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
It's not political, no.
That there were 34 false business records. And they would then conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say.
That's what exactly what I said.
We're assuming perhaps that they might be election related. I'm wondering if you can specify.
We have the statement of facts we'll read through, but where is the other crime?
Let me say as an initial matter that the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? How many charges?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is.
What was the other crime that he was concealing? That wasn't in the indictment.
What were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case of this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I'd been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. As I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
No answers, no comments at all. Just
your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case.
Nobody else prosecuted this, Alvin.
Do you believe you have new evidence that led you?
Why are you doing
to
it?
Charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements.
Like this one?
The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here.
Yeah.
Falsifying New York State.
Yeah, business records, way more important than democracy and the functional judicial system. At least they'll have good business records in New York, apparently.
I'm not going to go beyond.
Yeah, you have to allege that.
Statement of facts, I think, speaks for itself.
Yeah, you have to allege that. Are you alleging Trump broke state election law?
So the charge is falsifying business records.
Yeah.
The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I went through in our statement of facts.
But aren't you also charging him for that? Like you got to,
goes through.
You got to prove he was concealing another crime.
Text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Last question.
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records.
Yeah, it's a bunch of payments.
34 false statements in business records that were concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when I talked about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. Those unlawful means, we allege, include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
Any comment about any incitement of violence by former president?
Yikes. That was pretty bad. So we have some open questions now for this fellow. I mean, what is he going to do? Is he going to try to prove he's going to try to speculate that Trump committed some new crimes, or he was going to conceal some new crimes, but he's not actually going to charge those election crimes? So how's he going to get past the statute of limitations on that? I don't know. But we do have another document to come that has come up, and we do have to attend to it. And so I'm getting that one queued up as we speak right now. Here it is, my friends. The statement of facts. This is the document that accompanies the indictment, which tells us a little bit more about what happened. The indictment is the law. Trump is charged with 34 counts. We've gone through that. But these are the facts. This is sort of like an affidavit you might see that's drafted up by an FBI agent. They're putting some meat on the bones, so to speak. This comes out, of course, state of New York against Donald Trump. They tell us the defendant, Donald Trump, repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal criminal conduct. This is what it is, right? That hid damaging information from the voting public during 2016 presidential election. Conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging information from the voting public. So I guess that is the new standard now, right? If any politician is trying to hide damaging information and they're engaging in any business records, and any of those business records are a little bit not what some prosecutor thinks they should be, then that is the analog of concealing criminal conduct, okay? So this is opening Pandora's box. Any politician that hides damaging information, and any one of them that pays a public relations firm to put a story out or to cover something up, and you pay for something that some prosecutor somewhere doesn't think is appropriate, that's the end of the game. So this is what Bragg says. From August 2015 to December 2017, Trump orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential election. They are so upset about that election, man. They can't let it go. They wake up in cold sweats about it. Again, this is not about Stormy Daniels, as we can see here. This is about 2016. They don't want Trump to ever get near that again. He identified and purchased negative information about him to suppress its publication and benefit his electoral prospects. Has any other politician in this country ever done that? Purchased negative information to suppress publication? Have they ever done that? In order to, they all should be quaking in their boots. Every politician, they all do this, obviously. All of them. So they should all be quaking in their boots. In order to execute the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws. We still don't know what those are. They haven't been charged. Nobody's been charged for this. What election laws did they violate? Did you charge him for the violation of the election law? We just went through the indictment. I didn't see it in there. It's only these business record charges. And it's a bunch of different payments. That's all it is. There's nothing about elections in here anywhere. So why wasn't he charged, Alvin? And then caused false entries of business records to be made. The participants also took steps that mischaracterize, for tax purposes, the true nature of the payments. Now, one of the components of this scheme, they write, at Trump's request, is a lawyer who worked for the Trump Organization as special counsel to Trump. Lawyer A. Okay, that's going to be Michael Cohen, the convicted perjurer, and in my opinion, a liar. Lawyer A was covertly paid $130,000 to Stormy Daniels to prevent her from publicizing an encounter. Lawyer A. Cohen made the payment through a shell corporation he set up at a bank in Manhattan. This payment was illegal, and Lawyer A has pleaded guilty to making an illegal campaign contribution and has already served time in prison. Further, false entries were made in New York business records to effectuate this payment. Separate and apart from the New York business records used to conceal the payment. Okay. False entries were made in New York business records. So we read the indictment. So this means what? The ledger, right? This means the ledger is what they're talking about. Just so we're clear on this. It's like a spreadsheet. False entries were made in the ledger. All right. And then that was separate from the checks because that's the only conduct that we saw. That's the only charges that were charged. So ledgers and checks, just so we're clear. Now, after the election, Trump reimbursed Cohen for the illegal payment through a series of monthly checks, just like you pay your lawyer on retainer. The payments came out of the Trump Revocable Trust created under the laws of New York. Each check was processed by Trump Organization. Each check was disguised as a payment for legal services. Pursuant to a retainer agreement, they were payments for legal services. The payment records kept and maintained, they say, were false. In truth, there was no retainer agreement. Lawyer Cohen was not being paid for legal services. He wasn't. The defendant caused his entities and his business records to be falsified to disguise his and others' criminal conduct. They give us some background here. And before we dive into this, it's time to take the jacket off and get ready to rock. It's getting hot in here, baby. Says the defendant is the beneficial owner of a collection of business entities known by the name of the Trump Organization. The Trump Organization comprises approximately 500 separate entities and other business activities, manages hotels, golf courses, commercial real estate, condominiums, and other things. The organization headquartered in New York. They say from approximately June 2015 to November 2016, Trump was a candidate for president. And in January, he became president, which is when all of this went into hyperdrive. Here's the scheme as they dictate. 1, they talk about the catch and kill scheme to suppress negative information, which is amazing. I can't imagine that a politician would ever want to suppress negative information. Don't they spend like billions of dollars on that? Yeah, they do. It's illegal unless you're Trump. Now, during and in furtherance of his candidacy for president, the defendant and others agreed to identify and suppress negative stories about him. It's called politics. 2 parties to this agreement have admitted to committing illegal conduct in connection with the scheme. Cohen already pled guilty, already served time in prison. In addition, in August 2018, American Media, a media company that owned and publicized magazines and supermarket tabloids, including the National Enquirer, admitted in a non-prosecution agreement that it made payments to a source of a story to ensure the source did not publicize the allegations before the 2016 presidential election. All right, this is not anything that we were not expecting. If you are checking out the publicly available mind map for free over at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, where you can access everything you're seeing here on this screen and browse around at your leisure. Many of you are already doing that. Nice to see you. Remember that the witnesses in this case were these people. We have Alvin Bragg, the DA, who is prosecuting this. Witnesses are Michael Cohen. David Pecker was the AMI and National Enquirer fellow. And the story was that Cohen did this catch and kill scheme with Stormy, paid her off, and David Pecker paid off Karen McDougal as part of the same scheme. Alan Weisselberg was the CFO of the Trump Organization. He's already been prosecuted and put into prison, jail, I think on Rikers Island. He's there for 4 or 5 months. So they're going after everybody. So they're making this connection. This is a newer connection we were speculating about. And in fact, this was very recent. David Pecker was just in there. Remember, Robert Costello, Michael Cohen's lawyer, said that Michael Cohen is a total liar. The way that this sequence was working is the grand jury was proceeding. Cohen had testified. They brought in Robert Costello. After they brought in Costello, it felt like this was going off the train tracks a little bit because he said that there were a bunch of liars, or that Cohen was essentially a liar. And if you're on the mind map following along at home, you see that right here. Robert Costello said that Cohen told Costello that he paid for it, that Trump knew nothing about it. He told that to the jury, Then the grand jury felt like it was going a little bit askew for a while until they brought in David Pecker back to make this connection, this Karen McDougal connection. And this is something that you'll see often in really sexual assault cases is really where they most come up. But anytime you've got a sexual assault case, if it's a he said, she said situation, right? If it's one defendant, typically male, and one female victim, if it's a he said, she said case, and there's no evidence there, it's difficult for the prosecutor to bring that case. But if there's two victims, if you've got two women saying that he did the same thing to them twice, right, or separately on separate occasions, but the same thing, prosecutors are much more likely to bring that case. If you've got three victims, much more likely in that moment as well. So here, David Pecker was brought after Robert Costello was in front of the grand jury, and now what I'm guessing is Alvin Bragg is looking at two cases. He's saying, okay, the Karen McDougal was a payoff, and he's going to be lumping some of that conduct in. But were those payments for Pecker? Or were those monthly payments in the indictment for Pecker, or were those all going to Cohen? I think they were all going to Cohen because the invoices were all from Michael Cohen, right? Invoice from Michael Cohen. Invoice was from Michael Cohen. Were there any invoices in here that were paid over to Pecker? No, they were all Cohen. So all of these business records related to Cohen and not Pecker and potentially not McDougal. So now I'm wondering if there are, let's go back to this. Let's finish reading what we have here. So I don't even know how this relates then, because it's not really in the indictment as far as we know. In other words, Trump wasn't making payments to the National Enquirer, at least those aren't captured in the indictment. So we have another complaint. They're saying there was a Trump Tower meeting in June 2015. Trump announced his candidacy for president. Soon thereafter, in August 2015, he met with lawyer A. Cohen and the AMI CEO. That's David Pecker. At the meeting, the AMI CEO agreed to help with Trump's campaign, saying that I'd act as your eyes and ears. I'll look out for negative stories, and I'll let you and your lawyer know about it before they get published. CEO also agreed to publish negative stories about Trump's competitors for the election. So they're having conversations about syncing their stories. A few months later, in October or November, they don't have the dates pinned down, the CEO learned that Trump Tower, the doorman at the Trump Tower, the doorman, was trying to sell information regarding a child that Trump had allegedly fathered out of wedlock. Wow. Even the doorman wants to get in on it. Man, you got to be careful when you reach that level, don't you? Everybody's trying to take you down. The doorman. Trump walks in. Hey, good to see you there, John. Nice. Good morning. Nice to see you. He says, is that your child out of wedlock? I can't wait to sell this story. Now, at the AMI CEO's direction, AMI negotiated and signed an agreement to pay the doormans $30,000 to acquire exclusive rights to the story. AMI falsely characterized this payment in AMI's books, including in its general ledger. Wow. AMI purchased the information from the doorman without fully investigating his claims, but the CEO directed that the deal take place because of his agreement with the lawyer and the defendant. Okay. Now, I want to explain how rotten this is. When AMI later concluded the story was not true, the AMI CEO wanted to release the doorman from the agreement. However, lawyer A instructed the CEO not to release the doorman until after the election, and the CEO complied with that because of his agreement with the defendant and lawyer A. All right. This is so disgusting that they even put this in here. They know that this is false. They know that it's not really criminal at all. They're not even alleging any crimes of this, but they're trying to show you, they're trying to smear Trump. They're trying to say Trump had a potential kid out of wedlock. And this is just his ordinary routine. He covers up for all of his stories. He pays doormen $30,000 to make this stuff go away. And he did, apparently. And just so we're clear, right, I think this is probably very customary in politics. A lot of people pay a lot of money to make stuff go away. Just look at what our Congress pays to deal with their sexual harassment abuses. In Congress, how much of your taxpayer money goes to deal with those claims? Okay, so a lot of people make claims against billionaires and they all get paid off. This one is not even true, but the losers at the Manhattan DA's office, they still feel the need to put it in there so that we can all read it and say, oh, is Trump, does he have a kid out of wedlock and all this stuff? Not true, but they're trying to show that maybe it is true and that Trump is this person who just pays everybody off. This is not even in the indictment. There is no conversation even in the indictment about payments to AMI. Am I wrong about that? I mean, did I miss it? They all say Cohen. I didn't see anything in the indictment about AMI at all. Let's do a control F on this. I can't do it because I'm in pen mode. But I don't think I saw it in here at all. It's all Michael Cohen. So why are they even bringing that up in the statement of facts, but for to suppress or just to smear Trump? The next section says, about 5 months before the presidential election, in June 2016, the editor-in-chief of the National Enquirer and AMI's chief content officer contacted Cohen about a woman who alleged that she had a relationship with Trump while he was married. The AMI editor-in-chief updated Cohen regularly about the matter over text messages and telephones. Okay. The defendant did not want this information to become public because of his candidacy. Okay. The defendant, this AMI CEO lawyer, and Cohen had a series of conversations about who should pay off woman one. AMI ultimately made the payment to woman one in exchange for her agreement to speak out. And cover up the relationship, as well as 2 magazine cover features and a series of articles that would be published under her byline. Okay, so this woman is like, perfect. I want $150,000 and I want a series of articles and I want them all published by my name. I want to be on the cover of 2 magazines and I want $150,000 and I won't tell anybody. Nice lady. AMI falsely characterized this payment in their books, including its ledger. Well, they're not in the indictment. The CEO agreed to the deal after discussing it. So okay, that's where it's coming from. So Pecker says, I talked about it with Trump. That's the connection to Trump. CEO communicated with Trump, discussing it with Trump and Cohen. And there was an understanding that from lawyer A, see, this is we're very got to be careful here. An understanding from lawyer A that the defendant or the Trump org would reimburse AMI. But the question is, did Trump make that agreement? In a conversation captured in an audio recording in September 2016 concerning woman one's account, these are Cohen's recordings. Trump and Cohen discussed how to obtain rights from her account from AMI. So woman one, is that Stormy? They called her an adult film actress. Lawyer A made the payment, but I don't think they officially labeled her. I don't think they officially labeled Stormy as anything. So I think this is the other woman. So woman one is going to be Karen McDougal. This woman here, Karen McDougal from AMI. Cohen told Trump that he would open up a company for the transfer of her account and other information, and that he had spoken to the chief financial officer for Trump on how to set the whole thing up. Trump asked, so what do we got to pay for this? $150? And said, well, why don't we pay by cash? When Cohen disagreed, Trump said, well, how about we pay by check? After the conversation, Cohen created a shell company called Resolution Consultants to make the payment. Less than 2 months before the election, on September 30th, the CEO signed an agreement in which AMI agreed to transfer the rights to the woman's story to a shell company. However, after the assignment agreement was signed, but before the reimbursement took place, the CEO consulted with general counsel and then told lawyer A that the deal was off. So they never actually did it. Again, this is all AMI. This is all McDougal. I don't even know what this has to do with Cohen yet, which is all the subject of the indictment. Like, this is an interesting story, an interesting read, but it's not in the indictment. So what are they telling us about it for? Let's see if they get to it. About 1 month before the election, on or about October 7th, news broke that Trump was caught on tape saying, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. And then you just grab them by the pronouns. Says you can do anything. Now, again, they're bringing this tape up. I don't really know why. Maybe to show his conduct and that he has to pay people off. He says the evidence shows that Trump and his campaign staff were concerned that this would harm his vote. Shortly after the Hollywood tape became public, the editor-in-chief contacted the AMI CEO about another woman 2, who also had an encounter while he was married. He chose to notify Cohen. Then in October 2016, we're just months before the election, right? Big event coming up in October. The editor-in-chief connected Cohen with woman 2's lawyer, lawyer B. Now, woman 2, that's going to be Stormy. All right, so that's Stormy. So woman 2 is Stormy, and woman 1 is McDougal. And Stormy Daniels will be woman 2. And Cohen is lawyer 1. And we'll continue to add and flesh this out. A reminder, if you want to check this mind map out and browse it at your leisure, spotlightlawyer.com/Trump is the web address to go to if you want to check that out. So back over to the statement of facts. They say that Trump directed Cohen to delay making a payment to woman 2 as long as possible. That's Stormy. He said he instructed Cohen that if they could delay the payment until after the election, we wouldn't have to pay at all. Because at that point, it wouldn't matter if the story became public. They have emails and text messages from Cohen to lawyer B and AMI's lawyer attempting to delay to make the payment. Ultimately, with pressure mounting and the election approaching, the defendant agreed to the payoff, that's Trump, and said, okay, Cohen, just pay her off. Cohen discussed the deal with Trump and the CFO. Now, I want to see that. Like, what's the evidence of that? Are these the recordings? The defendant did not want to make the $130,000 payment himself and asked lawyer A and the CFO to find a way to do it. After discussing various options, they finally agreed to make the payment. Before making the payment, Cohen confirmed with Trump that Trump would pay him back, right? I want to see what that evidence says. I want to see where that is, because currently everything else has been the opposite. Now, let me just be clear on this. Let's just pause on this one for a minute. Before making the payment, lawyer A confirmed with the defendant that the defendant would pay him back. That's Cohen saying Trump would give me money back. But as we have seen before, in the Trump mind map that you can access yourself at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, there's all sorts of hints here that is not true at all. In fact, here's one letter from Cohen's lawyer himself, Stephen Ryan, counsel for Michael Cohen. Okay, just so we're clear on this, this was sent on February 8th, 2018, back over to the FEC. Michael Cohen's lawyer said, hey, just writing in response to your letter, this was a private transaction in 2016. You see here, before the election, it says, Mr. Cohen used his own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Stephanie Clifford, Stormy Daniels. Neither Trump nor the Trump campaign was a party, and neither reimbursed Mr. Cohen for the payment directly or indirectly. That's Michael Cohen's own lawyer signing that. And now he changes his statement? Contrary to the allegations in the complaint, which are entirely speculative, neither Cohen nor consultants made any in-kind contributions. The payment does not constitute campaigns. There's no evidence to the contrary, and the complaint should be dismissed. Michael Cohen's own lawyer sent that in 2018. So for them now to turn around and say that Trump said that he was going to pay Cohen back, he's lying about one or the other, and that means he's not a credible witness, and this entire case is garbage. On or about October 26, shortly after speaking with Trump on the phone, Cohen opened a bank account called Essential Consultants, a new shell company he effectuated. He then transferred $131,000 from his personal home equity line of credit into that account, and on or about 10/27, wired $130,000 over to the lawyer B, and Stormy's account was suppressed. Not really. I mean, she talked all about it, obviously. Now, on November 8th, the defendant won the presidential election and became enemy number one. AMI released both the doorman and the woman from their non-disclosure agreements at that time. Trump was inaugurated in January between Election Day during the period of the transition. Trump met with the AMI CEO privately in Trump Tower. Defendant thanked AMI for your help on the stories and invited him to the White House for a dinner to thank him for his help during the campaign. Wow. You're kidding me. Politicians do that? Wow. So they say defendant falsified business records. Shortly after being elected, they say Trump arranged to reimburse Cohen for the payoff. Here we go. Now, where's the falsification? This is a nice story that has not been even charged in the indictment. Shortly after being elected, Trump arranged to reimburse Cohen. In January 2017, the Trump Organization, CFO, and Cohen met to discuss the reimbursement. They asked lawyer to bring a copy of the payment of $130,000. Now, they did agree to this, a repayment. Apparently, we'll call it a cool $420,000. They reached that figure. They said, we'll call it a $130,000 payment plus another $50,000 for an expense for a total of $180,000. And then we'll double that amount so that you could characterize the payment as income on your returns instead of a reimbursement. And then you'll have to just pay taxes on the 50% on the $180,000. It's a tax. They're talking taxes. They added an additional $60,000 to supplement the year-end bonus. Together, these amounts totaled $420,000. Great job. We just won the White House. Have fun. The CFO memorialized these calculations in handwritten notes on a copy of a bank statement. Now, again, all this is very neat. Like, these are interesting stories, but is that charged? Is this bank statement charged? Because I haven't seen that in the indictment. The defendant, the CFO, and lawyer agreed that Cohen would be paid the $420,000 in 12 monthly payments of $35,000 over the course of 2017. Each month, lawyer A was to send an invoice, which we got. They called this one falsely requesting payment of $35,000 for legal services rendered in a given month. At no point did lawyer A have a retainer agreement with the defendant or the Trump Organization, which I don't think is necessary. You can still have a business relationship without a retainer agreement. If they're saying they had a pursuant to a retainer agreement, they may say that we have a verbal retainer agreement. I know what I'm being billed and I know what I'm being paid. I don't know what the laws in New York say about mandatory retainer agreements, but that's not fatal to that, right? Cohen could have been providing many other legal services for that $420,000. Anyways, in early February 2017, Trump and Cohen met at the Oval Office at the White House. And they say there at the meeting, they confirmed the repayment arrangement in the Oval Office, of course. Now, on or about February 14th, lawyer A emailed the controller for the Trump Organization for the first invoice. And we read that. In the email, he says, this is from Cohen, pursuant to the retainer agreement, kindly remit payments for the services for the months January and February 2017. The invoice was for $35,000 each. The CFO approved the payment and in turn sent the invoice to accounts payable with the following instructions. Post to legal expenses, put retainer for the months of January and February in the description. So just file it as a legal expense. Okay, which it was a legal expense. This was Trump paying his lawyer money for legal services, according to Trump, and their retainer agreement, which they say wasn't written, but Cohen is also referencing a retainer agreement in his invoice. Okay, so there's a retainer agreement of some type. Lawyer A submitted 10 similar monthly invoices by email. Each invoice falsely stated that it was being submitted pursuant to the retainer agreement. You see that? And falsely requested payments for services rendered. In fact, there was no retainer agreement, and lawyer A was not being paid for services rendered in any month. Man, that is a weak case. This is a weak case. They're going to tell, yikes. Okay. So the controller forwarded each invoice to accounts payable. Accounts payable marked them payable. They categorized them as legal expenses. Trump was making monthly payments to his lawyer, was categorizing them as legal expenses. His lawyer, in written documents, says he used his own personal money to facilitate and do other deals. And then he got reimbursed for a bunch of that. And I'm sure he did other things in that year. Did he not do any other things in that year for Trump? That was his only project. So I guess if he did do literally anything else, then that payment was not only for a payoff, right? It was for other legal services. And so if you can bundle any other activities into what Cohen did, it's no longer only a payment about Stormy, is it? It's now about actual legal services. Some of those legal. So, for example, well, Hillary Clinton did this. Okay, she hired Perkins Coie and Michael Sussman, and all of them farmed out other legal expenses, right, for the Steele dossier. And when they were creating their fake misinformation that they were spreading all over the place, they paid for that. And they called it all legal expenses. And she's not indicted for that. She created fake propaganda that she tried to sell to the FBI and then shoved down the gullet of the media and tried to steal the election. But she lost. Trump won. And the Trump organization maintained the invoices, and they say as records of expenses paid. So this is such a weak case. It's embarrassing for them, but we'll see what happens. Now, as instructed, the payables were done. They were categorized as legal expenses. They then prepared checks, which stubs, and they were all approved. The stubs falsely said retainer for 1/1 to 1/31/17. Retainer for another month. I don't know what, my friends, I'm reading this as a retainer. It's like, Michael Cohen, you're on retainer. If we need a phone call, if I need you to answer this question, you're available. We'll pay you $35,000 a month. This is what the payment is for. If we need a phone call from you, if we have any other needs for you, you're ours. Okay, cool. The second check was for March, also paid, also for a retainer. They're saying it's not for a retainer. They're saying these are for payoffs. If I'm Trump's defense attorney, I'm just saying, okay, he did other things during those months. Any records they have, made a phone call, asked about this advice, made a phone call, asked about this, made a phone call, can you facilitate this? Anything else? That's not an exclusive payment then for Stormy. There were 9 checks corresponding to the months. Each were paid by defendant. Each of the checks was cut from Trump's bank account and matched the corresponding invoices. From the Trump organization to New York County, the checks and the stubs were bearing false statements. They were stapled to the invoices, also bearing false statements. The defendant then signed each of the checks personally and had them sent back to Trump organization. Checks and stubs were all scanned, and all the payments stopped after December 2017. So all the monthly payments are made. The investigation then continues. Now, April 2018, the FBI searches Cohen's residence. Trump and others engaged in public and private pressure campaigns to tell Cohen not cooperate. But after the FBI searches, Lawyer A. Cohen called to speak with Trump to let him know what happened. Trump told Cohen, stay strong. You're being raided by the FBI. They're losers. On or about April 21, Trump publicly commented on Twitter. He told Michael Cohen, don't flip. Says most people will flip if the government lets them out of trouble, even if it means lying or making up stories. Sorry, I don't see Cohen doing that. Well, he did. And now he's absolutely making up stories, or he made up stories before. We don't know. In mid-April, Cohen was also approached by another lawyer who offered to represent him in the interest of maintaining a back channel of communication with Trump. In April, Lawyer C emailed Cohen, highlighting that he had a close relationship with Lawyer D, stating this could not be a better situation for the president or for you. Lawyer C sends another letter to Cohen, says, I spoke with Lawyer D, very, very positive. You are loved. Lawyer D said, we got to maintain our communications channel. Sleep well tonight. You have friends in high places. I don't know who Lawyer C is. That's an interesting one. We'll have to figure that one out. On or about June 14th, 2018, lawyer C emailed Cohen a news clip discussing the possibility of Cohen cooperating and urged him, don't cooperate with law enforcement, writing, the whole objective of this exercise by the federal prosecutors is to drain you emotionally and financially until you reach a point where you see them as your only means to salvation. Lawyer C said, you're making a very big mistake if you believe these stories these journalists are writing about you. They want you to cave. They want you to fail. They do not want you to persevere and succeed. So Cohen ultimately did flip, pled guilty to a federal investigation. Next day, he commented on Twitter, if anyone's looking for a good lawyer, Trump said, I would strongly suggest you don't hire Cohen. He said, I feel very badly for others. Unlike others, another campaign lawyer refused to break. Now, lawyer A, Cohen, and AMI, they admit guilt in connection with payoffs. They say ultimately other participants in the scheme admitted the payoffs were unlawful. AMI entered into a non-prosecution agreement. So it's a deal between the Manhattan prosecutor's office and David Pecker. They say, we're not going to prosecute you. However, if you want to stay out of jail, you have to sign this document. And that document says the following. It says, admitting that at no time during the negotiation or acquisition of McDougal's story did AMI intend to publish the story or disseminate information about it publicly. Rather, AMI admitted that it made payment to ensure the stories were not published. Cohen pled guilty to a felony in connection with his payment. He said that he did so at Trump's direction. He says this is what he said in his guilty plea in his statement of facts. On or about the summer of 2016, in coordination with and at the direction of a candidate, I decided to do this. I received compensation. This is all part of his plea deal. He also pled guilty to another payoff, and he admitted that. He says, at the direction of the same candidate. So prosecutors were building this case for a long time, and this is how they do it. When they get people to plead, part of what you have to do is what's called a factual basis. You can't plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. There has to be a basis in fact for the crime. And so when they draft these statement of the offenses, they put in there a sentence like this so that they can use it to go after Trump. This guilty plea was done at the direction of Trump. And therefore, that is sufficient to bring charges. All of that from Alvin Bragg, district attorney from New York County, filed April 4th, 2023, out of New York. This is a very strange statement of facts because they're talking a lot about AMI. They're talking a lot about McDougal. They're talking about some payments that were made to Cohen, but it's only the Cohen payments, really. I think the $130,000. It doesn't make much sense because in the indictment, there's really not much of that at all, is there? We didn't see anything about McDougal. Is AMI even in there? No. It's only about Cohen. So what is here's another one. Cohen, I think all 34 charges are about Cohen specifically. So I don't know what all of that AMI information was about other than to just smear Trump. This is a strange case. It feels extremely weak to me. And Alvin Bragg did not leave much optimism when he came out there and answered 4 questions. So, wow, we have covered a serious amount of ground. Let's see if there is anything else percolating on C-SPAN or where they're at now that we have read, I think, all of the official documents that were released. Is there any continuing activity on this? Trump will be speaking later tonight. And we'll probably pick that up tomorrow. And I think we'll probably leave it there today. I think we covered mostly everything. We've got the statement of facts. We've covered the full arraignment. We've got the indictment is now released. I think it's time, my friends, to hear from you and to see what you have to say about this over from our friends at watchingthewatchers.locals.com, to say hello to the chat on YouTube and to unpack this day's events, because holy moly, it has been one. And so let us clear up the screen a little bit. And a reminder, if you're following along at home, you can go over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com to join our community. And also, if you're here with us right now, by the way, we just spent a lot of time covering some serious arraignment activity, but you may not have had a moment to take a break and energize yourself. And now's a good time to open up a new tab and go over to fieldofgreens.com, where you can get your real organic superfood, because we're all sick of all the weight loss pills and the fad diets and all of that stuff. They don't work, but you don't need it. What you need is Field of Greens, and fieldofgreens.com is a great place to go. We've all been there with these ads and weight loss diets. We know they don't work, but you know what does? Eating your daily servings of fruits and vegetables, 5 of them every day. You do that, the weight probably falls off. But I know vegetables are kind of a pain, and fruit, it doesn't keep that long. Don't have to worry about it. Just go to fieldofgreens.com. They have a very specific science-backed formula, specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. We know that proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you can burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. You're going to look healthier and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof is going to come at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. And so let's get you over to fieldofgreens.com. Enter in code Robert when you check out. That way you can save 15% at checkout. And it's good stuff. It actually tastes very good. There's all sorts of other great products there. And I'd invite you to go over to fieldofgreens.com. The vegetables want to be eaten. They pop out of the ground, bursting with energy. In order to be a part of your life, get your Field of Greens at fieldofgreens.com and be bursting with green energy, because we're going to need it as the days go by, my friends. But all right, let's see what you have to say. Let's jump over to YouTube, and then we'll jump over to our locals and member-only debrief here in a short minute. But first, let's say thank you to the super chats that came in, and say hello to all of our friends who joined us here today. It was a doozy of a day. We covered some serious ground. And let's see who is in the house. Boy, we got a lot of super chats, everybody. Thank you for these. Thank you. Thank you. Here, Question Everything says, let's scroll. What am I doing over here? Get my bearing straight. We had, some serious, thank you for this, everybody. Question Everything says, this is truly election interference level 100. Could you imagine if it was a Democrat being prosecuted by a Trump prosecutor, or a Republican prosecutor? It'd be a mess. Thank you, Question. Jeff Pearson says, ridiculous lawsuit. Bragg's is a disgrace. No doubt about that. He didn't even seem competent today when he spoke. Says, Rob, I sent an email earlier from your voice about a request. Please let me know if the request is possible. If not, no biggie. Okay, thank you, Voice of the People. I appreciate that. Sometimes it takes me, 24 hours or 36 hours to check my emails. But thank you for that. And thank you for sending in a tip to remind me of that. I appreciate that. I like that process. Yeah. Send me an email. Send me a tip to remind me about the email. I'll get back to you, Voice. Thank you for that. Dr. EMB in the house. Oh my gosh. We missed you, Dr. EMB. We missed you. Where the heck you been? Says, I haven't been around for a while. Good to be here with 3 exclamation points. Dr. EMB in the house. Man, that is a name that I've been missing for a while. It's good to see you, Dr. EMB. We're glad you're back. Hopefully you've been having an amazing time doing whatever you're doing. I'm sure doing maybe some doctor stuff. I don't know. But we're glad you're here. And thank you for the very generous chat. It's good to have you here. I haven't heard that name in a long time. It's good to see you. Nate's Memes is here. Says, have you heard Indicted We Stand by Loza Alexander? No, I haven't heard that one. Let me cue that one up. Oh, it's an official music video. Okay. So I'll let you check that one out. Oh, that looks interesting. We'll get dinged on YouTube. It's an official music video, but it's Indicted We Stand by Loza Alexander. Looks like he just released it 17 minutes ago. It's great. It's great. That's great. He's got a MAGA hat on. It's really cool. Okay, that came in from Nate's meme, so check that out. Indicted we stand. P-Dub Designs is here, says swear jar. Couldn't help it. This is maddening. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to put the swear jar on hiatus maybe for the rest of this week. Temporary pause on the swear jar. You can let the expletives fly. Bruce Leroy, I'm just kidding about that. We try to be, sophisticates here. P-Dub, good to see you, says Bruce Leroy is in the house. What's up, Bruce Leroy? Says Edwards got the money from a multi-billionaire named Bunny Mellon, a New York bankster. She liked Edwards. The money was a personal gift. Yeah, it's like you get these billionaires who just bankroll these people. Where are the Republican billionaires who are bankrolling Republican DAs? Where are they at? So they can start dumping millions of dollars into their campaigns, and then the Republicans can prosecute the Democrats. Raymond Loera says mugshot NFTs coming next. Yeah, maybe he'll have another NFT project. Oh gosh, huge announcement. Mugshot NFTs. Gosh, don't do it. But a couple people on our locals bought the mugshot, bought the NFTs, the Trump NFTs, and they're up, man. They're making money. Good for them. Economath says Rick Perry's mugshot was all smiles, and ultimately he was acquitted. Yeah, Rick Perry too. They've tried this before, not at this level. This is a whole different game, and we'll see what happens. I mean, I hope it wakes enough people up that we start creating some infrastructure to take this country back. P-Dubs says this is a legit constitutional crisis. I agree with you on this. It's like dividing by zero. It's not supposed to happen. That's why it hasn't happened before. Local DAs in New York stopping and hindering a Florida resident running for U.S. president violates fundamental rights among the states under the Constitution. JD LLM, given some credentials there for us. I agree. I think it's like dividing by zero, right? It's a math equation. It just doesn't work. And there's some reason behind this. I mean, the executive branch is the executor, they execute the laws. And so when you're the president, you kind of give the president like that chief authority. It's like root power. It's like God mode. The president kind of has that. That's why they get the pardon power. Nobody else does. They can do certain things that other people can't. And when you start indicting them, it topsy-turvies the whole system. And when that person is leading a big political party, and it's not good. You have separation of powers issues. You've got federalism versus states' rights issues. You're going to have free speech issues. You're going to have every single issue is implicated, which is why we don't do this. There were other eras in this country, Democrats, where people were just as hysterical as you about whoever was in charge. Okay. They were hysterical. I can't believe this guy, right? All the time, every era, every generation, we have a bunch of hysterics melting down over whoever's in charge. But those people didn't prosecute their opponents. Why? There's a reason for that, because they were intelligent and they knew what it would cause. That's not happening here. Economath says Trump's prosecution is the political equivalent of the first Gracchi brother being assassinated in Rome. Hard times are coming. I don't know anything about that, but I cannot wait to go on a rabbit hole on this one, because I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. I love me some good rabbit holes. And this one looks good. The Gracchi brothers. I'm liking what I'm seeing already. Here's what we've got from Wikipedia. Elder brothers, they attempted to redistribute certain things and lands. They were assassinated to oppose their reforms. Yeah, there's some brutal history when there's major power changes. I was on a Bolshevik Revolution rabbit hole this weekend. Had a lot of fun with that one. Tank Rat is here. Whoa, says in Korea, per legal vices, since the Korea War, every president has been jailed except one. That one self-deleted prior to being charged. Do we really want that in the US? No, man. Good comment from Tank Rat. Every president has been jailed except one. And the other one self-deleted prior to being charged. That's not what we want at all. It's not a good situation, because it's first past the gate. The first person who seizes control of the next DA's office is going to prosecute everybody. It's really, really bad precedent, and we're just getting started. Economath with another one, thank you, says Trump is the only back-to-back impeachment champion in the U.S. history. It's true. It's true. And man, he might win the presidency after being indicted 3 times. Could you imagine that? Talk about making history, this guy. Oof. Rich Lawrence says, greetings, Rob. Can Trump's defense sue DA Bragg in federal court and get an injunction for prosecutorial misconduct? Yeah, I think they could file a civil claim about that. What I think the better what the better strategy will be to basically special action each one of these rulings and to sort of appeal. Well, we'll see. We'll see what they do, but they would file in this same case if this was prosecutorial misconduct. They wouldn't have to file a separate claim. They could file a separate claim in federal court and say this is a due process violation, right? They could go into federal court and claim a bunch of constitutional violations, and maybe they will. But in this case, they could make the prosecutorial misconduct argument to the judge right now, and if the judge denies that, you could special action that and appeal it, take it back up to a higher level, get a ruling on that theoretically before the trial ever takes place. So that would be the strategy there. Patrick Parker says, what on God's screen earth did these people think why this is such a really good idea? They will regret doing this. I agree with you that, and peacefully regret it. But remember, there was even remember when they got rid of the filibuster and they kind of botched that one? Now they're regretting that one. The Republicans are in control of the Supreme Court. This could happen the other way too. How about reversing the tables on these people? How about y'all stop what you're doing and do your own job and clean up New York? But that's not what they ran on. They didn't run on cleaning up New York. Apparently, the New Yorkers don't really care about New York all that much. They don't care if it's clean or not. They're obviously very concerned about business records. I had no idea. If you're in New York, make sure your spreadsheet rows are all properly aligned, or else Alvin Bragg's going to come after you. But no, they ran on prosecuting Trump, not on cleaning up the city. They don't care. Dragolf is here, and that's a tough one for me to pronounce. Says, if no one is above the law, where is Hunter Biden's indictment? Where's Patrice Cullors' indictment from BLM leadership? A ton of people are above the law. Hillary Clinton paid for the Steele dossier, called that legal services. Obviously, that wasn't true. No indictment for her. What's the deal there? Patrick Parker, what's up, Patrick, says, the cruise, you think yes, no? This reminds me of the story about the frog and a scorpion. In America, is the frog the scorpion? Is the Democratic Party have they read that story that runs through? Yeah, the scorpion and the scorpion and the frog. You know that story, right? The scorpion and the frog. The frog is navigating a river, and the scorpion says, hey, frog, I'd like to get across the river. And the frog says, what are you, nuts? I'm not going to take you across that river. And he says, why not? He says, you're a scorpion, man. He says, well, so what? Well, you're going to sting me if I let you get on me. Why would I sting you? I want to get across the river. He says, I'm not going to sting you, okay? Just let me on, take me across. The frog says, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. You're not going to sting me. So I go, okay, get on, I'll take you across. So a long conversation, the frog's thinking about it. He says, it makes sense. The frog, I won't get stung, because if I get stung, then I'll drown and he'll drown too. And so the frog finally says, okay, get on, let's go. And then as they're navigating across the stream, the river, the scorpion stings the frog. And the frog goes, what the heck, man? We're all going to die now. Why'd you sting me? He said, because I'm a scorpion. Duh. That's the story. So Voice of the People says, Trump walks from this. Bragg knew this was paper thin and went ahead anyways. It feels like that. It feels very, very weak. I mean, for an opening salvo of Trump indictments, this is the worst of the 3. There are many others, 2 others that are way better cases than this one. Trump's business name is on this, but it's a long shot to tie him to directing this. However, this is in a city that hates the man. So yeah, that's the problem with this, is the jurisdiction is so unfriendly. that I think it makes it very difficult for Trump to do much. Now, we'll start to see what this judge says, right? A judge has a lot of sway in how these things go. But courts are very prosecutor heavy in general, in my opinion. The system is set up prosecutorial heavy. So this will be an uphill battle, no doubt. P-Dub says, if a Trump rally or protest is peaceful, it means that the FBI and Antifa transport bus got a flat tire. Yeah, they're not there. They're not there insurrecting anything, screaming in people's ears, into the Capitol, into the Capitol, into the Capitol. And then when you go into the Capitol, they don't charge that person who was screaming for everybody. And Zulu's here talking about Beth Coddington. Beth Coddington made an appearance in the House and bolstered the community with 20 memberships. Beth, we miss Beth. Beth Coddington, aka Farmer's Daughter, in the House. We love you, Beth. Thank you for being here. And thank you for boosting the community with 20 memberships. The chat was super busy, so I apologize if I missed that, which I missed that. But thank you very much, Beth. We do miss you. Hopefully you're doing well. And thanks, Zulu, for letting me know about that, because I can't see the memberships. They fly by the screen for some reason. Beth Coddington and Zulu. Thank you, Zulu, for letting me know. Economath says the prosecutor and grand juror should be charged with the same felony for this false indictment. Yeah, it's a false indictment. Charge him with a false business record. This indictment seems like it's a little bit off. Good to see you, Econo. Kimmy Deary says, did they force Trump to sever himself from his organization starting 1/20/2017? I don't remember the details about that. I thought he said he had a blind trust or something like that, right? Where he put a lot of his assets into a blind trust. But I don't remember him having to like officially sever himself, but I think he had arm's length distance. I believe, Kimmy, that it was a blind trust for a lot of the holdings, and his kids were in charge of a lot of that, I believe. But I think I get your point. If he was signing these documents, if he was signing these materials after that date, wouldn't that be another distancing, right? It's a great question. What was Trump's official capacity at that time? It's a great question. And actually, I'm going to save that. And I think that goes very well into the timeline. What was Trump's official relationship? Right now, they're going to turn that around and say he was still talking with Michael Cohen and others. But it's a very good question. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Kimmy. Norm is in the house. Says, wouldn't a prostitution charge be more realistic for paying off a porn star? LOL. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the problem with those are misdemeanors. So the statute of limitations on all of those would have expired already. But yeah, I mean, it's a more realistic charge. Although I don't know what the laws in New York are. Good question. Good to see you, Norm. Joanne Hansel is in the house. Thank you for the sticker, Joanne. I'll give him the nice heart. Thank you, Joanne. Heart back coming at you. Appreciate your super chat there. Thank you very much. K Shaw with another one says, keep it up. Thank you, K Shaw. What's this guy doing? Working out. Yes, my favorite. Get those biceps girthed up. Hey, here's Beth Coddington. Oh my gosh, with a very generous dono. Says, hey, Sweetums. We miss Beth. Says Trump could have stayed in Florida and flipped Bragg the bird since DeSantis declined to extradite him. Do you think Trump is just being Trump and using it as fundraiser and showboating, or he doesn't want to be beholden to DeSantis? Thoughts? Both. I think, sort of three things. Certainly, this is a useful event in terms of drawing energy to Trump, right? Obviously, that's happening. Everybody's only talking about Trump. And I would be absolutely taking advantage of that, right? Trump didn't charge himself in order to create this situation, but he's put in the situation. And so you're going to want to magnify that, right? Amplify that. I think it's the right move, politically speaking. I think a couple other things. Trump, the extradition battle, I don't think would have actually worked out that well, legally speaking, personally. So there's not much opportunity. I don't think Trump would have been successful in not being legally extradited. I think they still would have, a court would have said, you got to go. Okay. So he would have had to have gone anyway. So it would have been a sort of an exercise in futility, so to speak. I think what DeSantis did was very good politics. He should have done that from the beginning. Said that if he's indicted with the political prosecution, we're going to challenge all of this. It's the right move for DeSantis politically. But if Trump would have accepted that, it would have subordinated Trump under DeSantis's wing, right? It would have been like big brother taking care of little brother. And then little brother, he'd be skeptic. He'd be hesitant about going to any other state, right? Now he's got a campaign. And if there was a situation where Trump is challenged, I like it as an idea, right? But it's in theory, it'd be a fun thing to do. But practically, Trump has to travel around all over the place. And if Trump doesn't go to New York, all New York is going to do is issue an arrest warrant for him. Oh, you're not coming here and you're not going to be extradited? That's fine. We'll issue a warrant for you and we'll deal with you when you get here. That means that now there's an arrest warrant out for Trump. And Trump is sort of living in the shadows. Everywhere he goes, there's a potential of him being arrested for violating a court order for being there. He's been indicted and there's an arrest warrant to go arrest him and bring him to court. So it would not be a good legal position to be in. I don't think it would be a good political position to be in. I think Trump, if they're going to stab him in the back, if they're going to do this, if they're going to shatter all of this, you better do it to my face, is how I'd feel about it. Okay. You're not going to be on Zoom. You're not going to. Let's do it to my face. I'll show up there and I want you to indict me and show me who you are. Look me in the eyes and do it. Let's get down to this. Let's go. And he did that. Walked right in there. You people want to do it? Let's do it. And we're about to go into it. So I think he's walking into the history, right? This is a historical moment and you shouldn't shy away from it. He's saying, this is the line. They're crossing the line. And he's saying, I'm going to go take the arrows. So I really appreciate what he did, and I think it was the right move to go. Now they're going to try to exploit it as fundraising and showboating and all of that stuff. I think legally it was the right move. I think that there was no real possibility that he wouldn't be extradited. And an extradition would actually escalate all of this. Right now, he'd actually be in physical custody and it would turn into a major problem. So I think this is probably the right move. But it's a great question, Beth. And I've been thinking a lot about it, actually. And I'm wondering where it goes from here. Right? Where do you take that to now? If does DeSantis declare? Is he hoping Trump gets indicted now 2 more times? And so he's absolutely removed from the board? Don't know. Good question, Beth. We missed you. Glad to see you here. And I appreciate the very generous super chat. P Dubs says Bragg's actions are a campaign contribution for the Democratic Party. Hope the value of his service is reported to the FEC. Yeah, it's a criminal campaign attack ad executed by Alvin Bragg. What a joke. And Paula Pierce, thank you, Paula, for the nice tip. No questions there, but I appreciate you. Paula Pierce in the house. Thank you for the nice dono. Ronnie Cole is here, says, how is this not a hate crime? Prosecuting Trump? Well, Trump is not a protected class, unfortunately, to my knowledge. Maybe they should be. MAGA extremist Republicans have been labeled as a political class. Maybe they should be. Thank you, Ronnie. Good to see you, Ronnie. Hip Life is here, says, can you explain the statute of limitations on this case? Yeah, I mean, I can try. I'm not sure what they're doing with this, but if you go over to the mind map, so if you go over, I'll explain it. If you're on here, you can go to go to spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, and you can actually see some of my analysis on the statute of limitations. It's over here in red. So in New York, as a general rule, the statute of limitations on a misdemeanor case is 2 years, which means you have 2 years to charge the crime. Okay, so think about it this way. If you got charged with a DUI and you got arrested, they impounded your car, all this stuff, but it took them a while to test your blood. They got to take your blood out and go test it. And then it may take them a year, 2 years, whatever. They lose it, something happens, and they never actually charge you. So you're arrested, but not charged. Well, if the 2 years expires and they say, oh, on the 2 year and third day, they got your blood results back, guess what? It's too late. They can't file charges anymore. And same thing happens with felonies. And the reason we do this is because we want the government to prosecute cases. We don't want them to sit on them and prosecute you for a crime 10 years later. So bring the case or don't. Now, in this case, 2 years is obviously from 2023, and they're just charging him. That would put us back to 2021. This conduct was not in 2021. The statute of limitations is already expired. The felony statute of limitations is 5 years. So if you rewind 2003 backwards, that means any conduct that is after March or now April 2018 is fair game. But any conduct that happened before March 2000 or now April 2018 is not fair game. And as we saw in the indictment, these were all 2017 payments. So the question is, how does the felony beat the statute of limitations, which is already expired for cases before April 2018? We don't really know. So I'm guessing there's going to be a motion to dismiss based on statute of limitations, and they're going to have to justify this. And in the indictment, they said this was justified on the back of potential violations of other criminal charges. And there were theories about how the statute of limitations could be told. So how do we extend that 5 years into a longer period of time? Well, one way you could do it is to say, we just discovered these offenses. That doesn't count because they knew about these for a long time. And they've been doing, I would say this reasonable due diligence argument is just not there. They've had plenty of time to do reasonable due diligence. The fact they just discovered anything doesn't toll the statutes. Were there more recent crimes? No, these were all 2017. One argument would be that the time limit is told that it's limited when you are outside of New York. Okay, so if he's not in New York, the clock stops. Similarly, there's an argument that if you're president, the state level statute of limitations are told because they're just put on pause because you're the president. You can't really prosecute the president, so it's kind of on pause. And then when he's out of the presidency, you can prosecute him again. So I don't know, and I didn't see in the indictment how they think they're comporting with the statute of limitations, but this will be battled over for quite a while, I'm sure. This will be a part of a motion to dismiss, and then they'll respond with their justification for it. But at this moment, I don't know what it is. But that's kind of a crash course on how that works. It is interesting. Good to see you, Hip Life. Tony Hay Munkets says, I believe Trump will be the first person to win the presidency again. Says only Duma. Oh, Duma can only dream. From Tony Hay. Going to win the presidency again. We'll see. Looking pretty energized right now, that's for sure. And Bruce Rice says, then the frog dives because it was in his nature. Oh, that's another follow-up to that. And Matthew Mado says, no, Rob. The scorpion responds, I can swim. Yeah, there's a lot of different twists to that story, huh? So I told it the way I heard it. Yeah, and I guess that makes sense. The scorpion, right? Scorpions can kind of live underwater. I can swim. The frog drowns. Who cares? I can swim. The frog dives because it's in my nature. So I can swim away and the scorpion will drown. Yeah, it's an interesting story. And I've heard it a couple different ways. I just told it the way that I remembered it. But there's a lot of different, like an allegory, right? Allegorical. I like those stories. I'll have to tell you the rowboat and the bowling ball one day. Although that's kind of a very special story. We'll have to leave that probably for members only. The rowboat and the bowling ball. Another good allegory. All right, my friends. And so that was it from our friends on YouTube. Extremely grateful to you today. Thank you for all of the support on the show. And of course, we had our amazing friends over on Rumble. And we had some super chats come in over on Rumble. Wow. Hey, thank you, everybody. Look who is over here. We had, what did I just do with the screen? We had some super chats come in over on Rumble from our Rumble friends. And Rumble's doing some pretty cool stuff over there these days. Who is here? Michael Swade says, it doesn't matter how weak the case is. A Southern District of New York jury will convict him without any evidence at all. They don't even need to have a trial. Unfortunately, that is kind of the feel. Can you get jurors who are going to acquit Trump in New York? Or the judge? The judge has already ruled against Trump, has already upheld convictions for other of Trump people, like in the CFO case with Alan Weisselberg. So we'll see if there's a notice for a change of judge, or if they're going to ask the judge to recuse or anything like that. Hopefully we get more of that tomorrow. Penny's here, says, to prove falsifying business records, wouldn't they need to show intent? And how would they even prove intent in this case? Yeah, they definitely would. They do. It's actually part of the indictment, right? They actually, it's specified in there. From the reading of the statement of facts, Penny, I think it's going to be more about the voicemails and about a pattern, right? They're trying to establish a pattern. They're trying to say Trump was doing this. He knew what he was doing. It. These were for, all of these payments were for this purpose and no other purposes. But intent is a big part of this, and that's where other cases have failed. They said the same thing about John Edwards. He was, acquitted on the one main count because they couldn't prove intent. And a lot of this stuff is just regular mechanics in elections, right? You have whole teams of people that are buying stories and selling stories and digging up Oppo research. It's all just part of the game. And so for them to suddenly flip around on this thing and say that Trump should be indicted and we should weaponize and shatter the entire infrastructure of our judicial system doesn't make a lot of sense, not prudent, not wise. Jentifer's in the house, says there is no crime. Statute of limitations ended. Yeah, it's about trying to destroy Trump's presidential bid. We all know it's a fake charge. Big boomerang coming over to the Democrats very soon. The statute of limitations, as we just went through, I don't know how they're going to try to extend those out. And they'll make their argument at some point. I was hoping we'd see that in the documents that we read through today, but obviously we didn't. So there'll be a motion to dismiss, and then they will respond. Another one from Jentifer. Thanks, Jentifer. Says, why don't they ask why Soros paid his campaign $500,000 to destroy the country, and why so many prosecutors have left the Southern District of New York? Says, arrest Bragg. Yeah, there was a funny tweet about that. So the New York Times, some entity got a community notes on Twitter about that. They said, Alvin Bragg is not being paid by George Soros. And then on Twitter, there was a community notes that sent them everything. Yeah, he was. His organization was paid from Soros, and they donated $500,000 to his campaign. It's like obvious. And so I was thinking, man, imagine how much different this whole story would be if Elon didn't own Twitter. Remember, if Twitter was still being run by Parag and they were still censoring with the FBI, deleting all of our stories. We get a little truth out of it, which is not a common thing anymore. And so that, my friends, was from our Rumble friends. Thank you, everybody on Rumbles. And I also see Lil Galaxy's in the house. A job done well. 1R5's over there. Jacob Castro's in the house. Donut Mind Me says they will obviously try to get the case moved. NC native Humphrey says, I can assure you that scorpions can't swim. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can't swim, but I think they can like resurrect. We have a lot of scorpions here in Arizona. I used to play around with scorpions as a boy, put them in coffee cans and all sorts of things. And I remember I would pull scorpions out of a pool. I would think that they were dead. Like they'd get in the pool, I'd skim them out, and then drop the scorpion, what I thought was a dead scorpion, into a coffee can. Comes back to life a couple, days later. They're like indestructible. Scorpions, man. They're all over the place here. Anyways, we had some nice numbers today, everybody. Thank you for joining us and being here as we covered all of this stuff. Let's say hello to some of our friends on Twitter before we wrap it up and go on over to Locals for our lovely after party, our members only debrief, where we will get into a little bit more on the day. V hopped over on Twitter and says there are some animals that can never figure out what they're looking for in the mirror. They're looking at their own reflection. Just remember that when you think about today. Interesting comment, V. I'm going to have to look at myself in the mirror after this. Dapper Dan says, I've reviewed the Trump indictment. There's nothing there. Trump and the American people have been abused. Yeah, we read it too. There's nothing in there. It's ridiculous. It's payments to his lawyer. A monthly payments to his lawyer. Okay. Here, Paul Mino, shout out to Paul, says, Trump should have shown up in a white Bronco for maximum lulls. Paul, that would have been funny. James Pepper says putting Trump on trial during Holy Week is the proof the Democrats are completely insane. Danny McWilliams says, as a history buff, this is the beginning of the end of the United States, or the start of the rebuilding of the United States. I like the optimism there. Been thinking a lot about that, talking about individual sovereignty and how we maintain our well-being in spite of all this collapse around us. Party of One town hall saying that's going into the courtroom. Anybody talking about Kareen's DUI? Did she get a DUI? Barbara says, I'm confused. How is payments to your lawyers a crime? Good luck to all lawyers trying to collect invoices. Indeed. Yeah, and Pumpkin Marie is sharing this one. A little bit of a depressing cat today, a little depressed cat. Oh, man. Depressed today. Trump got indicted. It's going to be okay, all right? This is going to be a boomerang. This is going to be, the pendulum's going to swing the other way. They have no idea what they've done here. It's going to be a catastrophe. And unfortunately, I think some of that is necessary to wake people up out of the stupor. Really don't care if you don't like Trump's tweets or any of those other things. This is the whole justice system. This is the an entire pillar of our whole society. And so it's going to show us who is speaking out and who is not, what Republicans are on the right side and what Republicans are not. And we need this clarity in order to rebuild, because we've been lied to by a bunch of people who say they care about this stuff. And then when push comes to shove, when the time to speak is here, they're silent. And we need to see who those people are and make sure that there are political repercussions for them when that comes. All right. And so that, my friends, is it for us on the day. I want to say thank you to our locals friends. We are going over to locals. We had some amazing tips come in, and let me read some of these here while we're here. We had Geegum Geegum says, thanks. You're the best streamer to watch during these lives. Well, thank you, Geegum. I don't know about that. A lot of very talented people out there. But we're trying to do the best we can, trying to assemble a lot of stuff. It's kind of like drinking from a fire hose, you know, on a day like this. What's happening? Where's it coming from? And so we're trying to sort of DJ through it all. What's going on? And I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate your help. You know, I'm watching the chat, and I appreciate the links and everybody saying, hey, indictment's out. Oh, God. Okay, cool. You know, so it's a team effort. And I appreciate you guys helping me through it. Six Sponskis says, your coverage of this is excellent. Thanks for putting in all the overtime to keep us informed. Thank you, Six Sponskis, for joining us. And thank you for the locals tip. Very, very appreciative. And Wims is in the house on locals and says, hi, everyone, sending extra loves on this crap day for our republic. And that's exactly right, Wims. I think you're right. We want to send some love. I know going through an arraignment is not an easy process. I've been through many arraignments. I've walked many people through the criminal process, and it is a scary process. I'll tell you this, Trump's going to be okay, right? Trump's going to be all right. And there will be a lot more to come on this. This is the first inning of a very long game. And there are repercussions for doing this. Just understand that. You know, the reason this hasn't happened in this country before are because smarter people were able to think through the consequences of doing this. And I'm not, you know, I think they kind of bit off more than they can chew here. It's not going to be a good situation. And I don't know that they're prepared for what is coming. Fortunately, many of us are, and we're going to continue to do our work here, and things will get better. We'll get through it together. I appreciate you joining us, but that, my friends, is where we will leave it. We are going over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com for our after party, our debrief, and to hang out for a little bit longer. Come and join us. If you're a member on YouTube, you can also join us, but just become a member and then grab the private Telegram link, because we're also streaming in Telegram right now. And I'll invite you to come and join us. If you're a YouTube member, grab the Telegram link in the community post section and come and join us. Before you get out of here, don't forget to grab your Field of Greens from our friends over at fieldofgreens.com. You can save 15% with code Robert when you go and check out, and save it 15%. Use that code, baby. Field of Greens, the vegetables want to be eaten. You'll be bursting with green energy. They have all sorts of other good stuff there, you know, like collagen and other health and fitness stuff. So check them out, fieldofgreens.com. If you want access to the Trump mind map, don't forget to go over to spotlightlawyer.com, or to my mind map tool. Go over to spotlightlawyer.com/mind map. If you want the Trump mind map, then you'll go over to spotlightlawyer.com /Trump. And then you'll get this full mind map. And if you want an account, you can, of course, sign up for an account as well. But that, my friends, is it for us on the day. And so I want to thank the mods who mod down the fort for us. Very busy today. Appreciate the mods out there. The Antikas Prime, K Bean, Just Cause, Play and Hooky, our friend Ronnie Cole, Zulu, Geomancy, Zach Nichols, our friend John Allen, Sleepy Dog Lee, and our meme smith, Geegum in the house. That, my friends, is it for us on the day. We're going to leave it there. We'll come back tomorrow and we'll do it all again. And I hope to see you here. We'll see what the Proud Boys have in store for us. There's going to be a lot of Trump fallout. We'll continue to cover it. Thank you for liking this video wherever it is you're watching it. And thank you for inviting a friend or family member. Say, hey, come over, check this out, or send them a short so they know some of the things we're doing and talking about here. Very much appreciate it. But that, my friends, is it for us. We are going to leave it there and we'll be back tomorrow. I hope to see you there so that together with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Have a beautiful evening, my friends. Sleep very well. See you right back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.